Cabby! Hi, Cabby! Hi, Cabby! Hi, Cammy! Hi, Cammy! Hi, Cammy! Hang on, let me recalibrate. Make sure some of this shit is good. Okay, wait, what is this new inventory feature? Um, okay. Okay, where is my sound? That is not... Where's my sound? How do I pause? Equipment. Let's do system, actually. Hello, Lou. Hello, Cammy. I love those emotes. Those are so cute. Whose are those? Spot. Spot. Those are so cute. Lou. Hello, Basswood. Howdy. Hang on. This is not picking up my controller. Oh, wait a minute. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, what? Headset earphone. What the fuck? There we go. I'm actually gonna swap controller. I have a PlayStation 4 controller plugged in. Let me swap to Xbox, because I don't think PlayStation is supported. Hello, friends. Hello, Bashwood. Bashwood Bard. Bashwood. So you guys are probably wondering, subathon for hot chips. That's right. I picked up a big fat bag of Takis. Now you might be thinking to yourself, oh, but Lou, you eat Takis all the time. This is fucking nothing. I don't think this actually matters, but I got the blue ones. I don't know. I've never tried the blue ones before. I don't think they're actually as spicy. But just in case they end up being like passable, I did get these Pringles scorching hot chili and lime chips as a backup, just in case. Am I good here? I might have to restart the game. How do I restart the game? I have to do this in big picture mode, otherwise my controller will not be registered. Oh yeah, all right, it's picking up the Xbox controller. When I played this the first time, I don't think did I use this controller? I think I did. I'm gonna be real with you. I haven't played Elden Ring since release. I don't really remember how to play. And I'm not starting from scratch because I already have a character who beat the game. There is one thing though. I don't know how to start the. Oh, actually, I do know how to start the DLC. I have to like go underground. I think I know where it is. I'm like pretty sure I know where it is. Let me up the volume just in case, right? As you can see, level 145, and have 80 hours in this save. Let me up the volume just a tiny bit. All right, this is my character. Can you tell what the build is? That's right, it's a strength build. But I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, strength build, let me pick up a big fucking sword. Nah. We pick up big hammer and we do a lot of damage. Cammy Basswood, you saying it like that makes me saying it like that scares me. Why should it scare you, Cammy? It makes me feel like I'm in trouble. Lou's living his power fantasy of smashing dudes. Exactly. I smash dudes, and I smash them for a lot. Oh god, I actually... Oh my god, why am I holding on to so many souls? Oh god, my shit. Why is this E? How do I... Device on screen prompts. Gamepad, yes. There we go. Odd that it doesn't do it automatically. What is my shit? I have 89 points into strength. Vigor and endurance are my other two sub things, and I have like nothing into everything else. This is the Unga Bunga I smash with rock very hard build. Well, wait, actually, I have Alden and Encumbrance. Take the power of the namesake via finger reader. I have runes. I don't know if this is enough to level, though. I don't know how much it costs to level. But Lou is the one who gets smashed. Lou gets smashed just like Cammy's keyboard. I have you know. I am very powerful with my smashes. Alter garments. Begin journey too. Oh yeah. Ashes of War. What are my ashes? I have this one and I have this one. They're both max. Great runes. Oh. Sword chest. The wondrous physique. Oh, this is the elixir thing. Mixed attacks more easily, more likely to break enemy stances and mix physic. Temporarily boost stamina recovery speed. Explode. Okay. Right, I remember this. This was Hi Squirrel. Hello. Hello. Lou, you're bottom coded STFU. Actually, I have you know I am a Switch verse, my good sir. Lou is a Switch, but I feel like they would be a soft top. I could soft top. I could also hard top. That's the glories of versatile. You know how in League of Legends there's like top, bot, mid, jungle? I play the fill role. I neither support nor AD carry. I fill. Hot chips today and not shots. I can't. I did drinking yesterday. Today is hot chip. Wait, what was this? Oh, right. Wait, hold on. Memorize spells. I don't do spells. Flasks. That's the Estus things. Can I level? I can level. Oh my god, I have so many runes. Oh, it's because I killed the Elden Beast. Should I just go more into strength? How many can I do? I can do 4. Sure, let's do 4 into strength. Why not? to level, we need 151,000. Jesus. You play the fill role, you get filled. Got it. You know, why not both? You know, I don't subscribe to this, to this queer mentality that people have of like, oh, if you're a bottom, you can, that means you only like to bottom. And if you're a top, then you live and die by the creed of doing one thing or the other. Never both. I don't like that. How do I open the map? Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Multiplayer status? Oh my god, that's right. Yes, as you can see, I beat the game. Okay. What is this? Oh, it's the big tree thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's like a mountaintop area. There's the dragon area over here. Where do I have to go for the DLC? It's underground, right? Stranded graveyard. Hero's grave, first step. Ah! Sorry, I go outside. I don't play League. I used to play League. I don't play League anymore. I played League when I was a teenager. Because I was like, I don't know, I thought it was cool. I went to a school for computers, and everyone there was a PC gamer and either loved League of Legends, or Dota. And I chose League of Legends. And then I regretted it. It's this thing, right? This is the elevator? There's the elevator, right? I'm pretty sure it's this one. Alright, let's go here. Oh. DLC is Mog. I don't know what that means. Do you like my shirtless furry guy? My big, strong, shirtless furry with armored pants. I actually genuinely don't remember how to play. Is that the... Alright, that's how I switch things. How do I... Alright, that's just to attack with that one. And then to attack with both is this one. It's L1. Right, that's the Ash of War. Nothing in that slot. I have a crossbow just in case. Isn't there a way for me to like two-hand this? All right, that's that button. That's the jump button. That's the Estus button. What does triangle do? That's that. That's that. What is this? I don't know what that is. Where's my horse? All right, that's how to that's how you do a horse. How do you run? Like that? Okay. Take double jump. Triangle or R1 plus L1. Oh yeah, you're right. I have to. Okay, okay. So if I want to two-hand this one, I can just go like that. And what's this one do again? Right, and I gave this one the mobility one. Okay. This is gonna take some getting used to. It's gonna take some super getting used to. Right, that's the special, that's the double attack, this is the single attack, and then to do... My favorite thing was like... Yeah, if you do jumping heavy, you do like a shit ton of damage. That was the name of the build. The name of the build was like, you take the drink that makes you break people's stance, and then you just spam jumping heavy, and then I can essentially break any boss's stance in like 2 hits. And then I do the crit, and that just does like a shit ton of damage. This way. Oh wait, there's crouching. Right, there's stealth. Alright, that's how to lock on. Torrent. To me. That's not the button I wanted to do. I don't remember how to play this game. That's a bear. That's another bear. Prepare to get obliterated in the DLC. I'm looking forward to it. Wrong button. One thing I don't like about these fucking hammers, though, is that they take up so much space on my screen. Like, I can't even see my character. Like, if I stand like this, my character is completely obscured. It's fine, I just unequip them. Keep jumping. Lift ahead. Try sleep. How do I get up there? House? House? Why am I red? What about me is making me red? Did I eat consumables? Is it my equipment? What do I even have? The wolf mask, gauntlets, plate, pants, raises attack power when HP is at max, raises strength, vastly raises maximum equip load, enhances jump attacks, HP, that thing, the mimic tier, and this thing. Okay. Hot chip. It is the hot chip. The hot chip's making me spicy. Oh, dude, I'm fucking shredded. Damn, bro. The armored pants makes it look like I'm like bottom heavy, and like my top half is like not anywhere near as like brolic as it should be. I'm like 90% sure I killed the boss that I needed to kill in order to start the DLC. Alright, let's see here. Also, hi, Mada. Mada. Mada, Mada. Mada, 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 Mada. Mada, 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 Mada. Hello. Hi. How do I run? Oh, there we go. Wait, give me that. I don't know what this is. I want it. Elden Ring. Elden Ring time. Elden Ring time. This is different. Oh boy. Damn, bro. I actually have not played Elden Ring since release. I just know I'm rusty, man. Oh? Oh, boss already. Damn. Should I like what do I need to prepare? Is there even such thing as preparing in this game? I don't really. What do I do with this? The Ullen of Remembrance? I'm assuming this is just the soul, right? I can consume this for souls? It's like the other boss things? I'll eat that later. Let's drink this. Mimic Tear. All right. I'm not above using Mimic Tear. Oh fuck, I forgot how to attack. Big damage. Ow. I don't think I needed to Mimic Tear for this. Ow. Ow. Alright, that was overkill. Ancestral Flower Ashes. Cool. I straight up forgot how to attack. So like my whole deal was like it's just jumping heavy, right? I do that. That's my bread and butter. This is my bread and butter of my build. First off, weak foe. Oh, let me guess. It's a bait and switch. He's actually like much stronger than that. Phase 2. Didn't expect something incredible. Didn't expect weak foe. Go back. Did I? Wait, is that not it? Is that it? I thought this was it. Where do I go from here? Where'd you say it was? Is DLC is Mog? I don't know what that means. Hold on, I gotta to Google how to start Elden Ring DLC. Upper left, Mogwin Palace. Up here? The Grand Cloister, the Lake of Ra. Oh, do I not have... Oh, wait. Over here? It's all this, isn't it? Oh, I know. That's the upper ground. Natural... still natural point of the void. Mogwin Palace. Where the fuck is Mogwin Palace? You haven't been there? Oh. Oh, okay. I'm seeing a screenshot of it. Yeah, you're right. I mistaken that palace for this palace because they look similar, you know, tall pillars. Oh. Ogwen Palace up here. Eternal City. How would I get there from here? Reach the consecrated snowfield far to the north of the Lanedale the capital via the secret lift on the road to the mountaintops of the giants. You'll need 2 medallion halves, one of the Albus, the Elbarina, something hiding in a pot in Lernia, and found at the end of Castle Sol at the mountaintops of the giants. Once in the snowfield of the region, you can find a secret sending gate teleporter along the central western border of the region that takes you to Mogwin Palace. Okay. I have to go to the snow area. Damn, I have to take the elevator again. Fuck. That shit takes forever. Oh. Ain't that neat, though? I thought I had been here. Or I thought I was, I had been to the place that I needed to be, but apparently not. I was under the impression. You can fast travel between map level? Wait, really? How do you do that? Show above ground. Oh. Listen, I haven't played this game in like 2 fucking years. Where am I going? Consecrated snowfield. North along the west. I will admit, I have not 100% of the game. There, to my knowledge, I mean, aside from this area that I apparently never knew existed, there are 2 things I have not done in this game, in this save file. I have not beat Malenia, because Malenia is fucking hard, and I have not beat, what was his name? Placidusax, because I could not find him. How do I run? There we go. What am I looking for? Find a secret sending gate teleporter along the central western border of the region that takes you there. Okay. I don't know what that means. What the fuck? I don't like that. No, this is the ruins. I need to go like a little north. If you couldn't beat Malenia, you won't finish the DLC. I think that's cap. What am I looking for? Ascending gate. What the hell is ascending gate? Oh god, it's one of the chaos guys. Hang on. Let me go this way. A small portal. Yeah, I remember what they look like. They're small, so I can't gonna be a pain to find it. Are you dead? What is that? Is that an alive creature? That's a sleeping creature. It just said on the west part of the region, so I'm just kind of have to scan this whole place on the west. Don't really tell me where exactly, or show me. You're near it? It's below the edge of the cliff to your left. To the left as in this way? Or left as in this way? I'm guessing you mean down here, right? Oh, there it is. How do I get off? How do I get off my horse? It's a button to get off the horse. That's not the button. What's the get off horse button? Left stick click. Attack! Fuck. Ow. Hang on, I need to wait for stamina. How do I jump again? There we go. That's the big damage. That's my big damage button. Isn't there a heavy attack for this? Is there no heavy attack for dual wielding? You're not gonna survive the DLC, puppy. I'm not puppy. Can we change it to a hot chip every time you die? Good fortune ahead. Fat coin purse ahead. Should we change it to hot chip per death? I do need some financial incentive. I can't see dick. Ah. Gravity stone, fan daggers. We can get rid of the fan daggers, I guess. Where's the lantern? That's not the button. What button is it? It's this button. There we go. Listen, buttons are hard. I have not touched a controller for... Oh. Pretty. I have not touched a controller for... the reasons other than, like, racing in Fortnite and fighting games in Tekken in a long time. The cliff is bleeding. Can I summon horse? That's the wrong button. You're gonna see me jumping a lot. I'm just so excited. Alright, let me get my other hammer out. Where's my other hammer? There it is. 2 hammers. Oh. Time for injustice. Message, oh message. Evil people. You must die. Oh my god. I'm gonna jump on you. I jumped on you. Splat. Damn, that hurts. Wait, I don't think you guys are evil. Just the red ones, right? I don't like you. You have glowing eyes. Big smash! Ow. Dog. 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 I fucked up the attack. It's okay. I'll learn. I'm learning. Heroes room. Shiny. I do like this shiny. I fucking missed. Blood tax. Ow. Oh my god, that really hurt. Oh my god. I did it. I died. It's my first death. Oh boy. Listen, okay, for reasons, okay? I'll be a little fair with you. I'll try the chips. Mainly because like I am actually genuinely curious as to how these Pringles taste. I'll open the Takis. I just want to know what these taste like. I'm curious. Yep, that's chili and lime. Oh, that does have a little spice to it. Ooh. Alright, maybe I will eat those. Get a treat. Oh, thank you. Oh, maybe I should have like a redeem X amount of channel points and eat a chip. That'd be fun, right? Did you put tahini and lemon juice on your chips? I don't want to die. That sounds like so much spice. I already have like I have 2 containers worth of hot chips. I don't think I need to slap tahini on top of it. If I really feel like I'm lacking spice, I'll put like a dab of Valentina on it. Is that the Skullgong? Is that the Boba Newt? The Bobaist of newts? Alright, Lou, if you die 10 times before the DLC, you have to subsist on unseasoned boiled chicken for a week. No, that's gross. Ew. I want my chicken seasoned, please. Am I going the right way? I am not. Nope, boiled, unseasoned chicken in your Lou dog bowl. Lou skull bowl. my Lou skull dog sponsored dog bowls. Adding them to my list to the merchandise. First merchandise I ever do. It's gonna be Lou branded dog bowls. It's gonna have my face on it, like a thumbs up. I'll do a whole commercial of like, order now for just $19.99. Plus shipping and handling. Oh, it could be like an infomercial, you know. I could do the start off the clip in like black and white and be like, does your dog get tired of the same old dog bowl? Sounds like you need the Lou Skull dog bowl. Where was I? I was like over here, right? Yeah. Making a pog face. Yeah. I can do one with a pog face. That's a big bear. Hang on, let me... Come on, open the map. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, I didn't even know you were here. Jumping heavy. That did not do a lot of damage. Jumping heavy. I swear there is a way to do heavy. Maybe not when you're two-handed. It's been a long time. No, I want to get rid of the markers. But... There we go. I keep hitting A instead of Y. My PlayStation brain is too like the X button pilled instead of Y button Xbox pilled. And I'm jumping. That's the jump button. I'm trying to do the run button. I don't remember my own buttons. The slimes are resistant to physical damage, that's why you aren't doing as much to them. Oh. I forgot, is there a difference in this game between slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning, or have I just been playing too much Baldur's Gate? Oh, I just realized there's a fucking grace right here. I'm like, you know, surprisingly, it blows my mind that there's no grace around this beginning area, but there is. I'm just blind. There's usually like sparks that lead you to them. There is a difference? Ah. Well, I hope nothing is resistant to bludgeoning, or else I'm gonna have a bad time. Really? Where are you? Ow! Ow! Oh my god, that hurts. It's the exploding in thorns attack that sucks. Ow. Also, a big bonus about this build and having two giant hammers is my what do you call it? I have a very large arc of my swings, so I attack when it, like, if I'm surrounded, it works out because I just slap everything that's like next to me. Poise, cleave, yes, I cleave. I also do break poise very easily. Oh my god, that hurt! Come on. Oh, the pixel health. I missed. That's an evil demon, isn't it? You evil? That's the wrong button. I take it you're evil. No? Okay. Omens of it. Wait, visions of ill-omened creature. Okay. Get out of here. Do I need to go this way? This does not help whatsoever. Pets for best ghost doggo. That's what is best ghost doggo. Let me guess, that's the giant evil creature? Yeah, there it is. Invaded by nameless white mask? Who the fuck are you? Give me 2 seconds to get my stamina and I'll kick your ass. Dumbass. I take it that that was not a person and that was one of the scripted ones. Why is it always here? Oh, those are the crows from Caelid. They're just fucking full of T-virus. Dog ahead. Oh, that's a dog. Die! This is why I like this build. The 2 hammers. If I don't one-shot trash enemies, I can 2-shot them. It's granted I consume stamina like crazy, but and I swing very slowly, but it's about the impact of when I do hit. Jumping heavy. Oh god. Did I break your stance? Oh my god, I did. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Holy greaves. Is there a way I could zoom out my FOV, or is that like not a thing? I feel like I'm too zoomed into my camera. And it's not because my screen is entirely like just hammer, you know? Camera speed, camera auto rotation. I actually do want to turn off auto rotation. Auto wall recovery, cinematic effects. Camera x-axis, reverse. Oh, no. All right, there is no zoom out. Okay, that sucks. That's fine. Why is it always plump sort? Talking about me? Am I the plump one? Brief spinning. Halidric Talisman +2. What'd that do? Oh, I have golden seeds. Damn, I have a lot of shit. My talismans. Vastly boosts holy damage negation. Okay. Jumping required. Damn, why you troll, motherfucker? Oh, that's wait, that's a tunnel, isn't it? Oh, no. Oh, hi. Ow! Oh, you fucking ass. I swinged so slow. Okay. I need to remember to use my gap closer attack. I have that Ash of War that like I do this. Hang on. Yeah, that's my gap closer. I forget to use it. Can I up my flask? It's 5 golden seeds. All right, never mind. I have 4. I'm pretty sure. Also, ow, Snacks, you killed me. But also, hi, Snacks. Hey, I'm gonna need some chips. Those are actually really tasty. Fuck. Oh, that hurts. That really hurts. Oh, you fucking... No, my souls! Damn, this place sucks. Fuck. Excuse me. How do I attack again on this? Oh, yeah, like that. I missed. I hate that that doesn't kill. I was over here. Stone sword key. Oh, a golden seed. Yoink. Fuck. Give me that, give me that, give me that. Give it to me. Oh yeah. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 24. I don't know what that is. Why did I get off the horse? Why did I get off the horse? Why did I get off the horse? Invaded by... Oh, not this guy. Really? Why? Ah! No! I'm so slow. Dude, I should have put those 4 points into stamina. Fuck. Yeah, I'm playing Elden Ring, alright. Maybe I should do single hammer stance. For the time being. Well, actually, I don't really need to go back there. Oh, I had the seed and I didn't fucking upgrade my shit. I just want the items. I just want the items. Leave me alone. There's a cave over here. What's this? Whatever the fuck that is. Are they chasing? Oh yeah, they're chasing. Oh my god, what the fuck? I smash! Where is he? Fuck. Why am I off the horse? Horse combat. Alright. I do want to know what was in that. Oh, what's this? Won't make a wrong. I do want to know what was in that cave. Ooh. I fucking missed. Do you not care? I mean, if you don't care, it's fine by me. Where's the temple? Am I even going the right way? I'm gonna be real with you. My sense of direction not working right now. Don't hit me. Ow. Oh, that really hurt. Who summoned you? Is it this guy? Come on. I don't know who summoned you, but I don't think I care. Why am I off the horse? Oh, I can't get off. Finally. Can I open the map? Interesting. What is that? Are those my runes? That's what, yeah, those are nothing. That's fine. Okay. I wasted a lot of flasks. Okay, thank God. Fuck, dude, this is gonna suck. But new charge. Increase amount replenished. Use a sacred tier. Do I have? I have done. All right. Zambos, are you evil? I'm gonna assume you're friendly. Just a couple of guys, right? Gentlemen. Oh my! Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh God, what is that? Bleed? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's an ooze. Should I be going this way? I think I went the wrong way. There's an item here. Never mind. Stone sword. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I feel like I'm walking in Times Square. Blood rose. Light required ahead, then be wary of strong foe. Have to tell me twice. Be wary of strong foe. Dog. Is it me? Am I the strong foe? Because I'm the dog. I got that dog in me. Who the fuck are you? Die! I don't think that was the way. Is this the way? Who are you? Are you friend or foe?
Oh, dear. I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Oh, trader. What do you have? I'll take your rune arcs. Avails impending blood loss. Sure. What else do you have? Dwelling arrow. Attempts invasion on other players' worlds. Used for crafting materials. Storm sword key. What is this? Lost ashes of war. Used to duplicate ashes of war. I don't really need the rest of this.
I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
Wary of right. Wary of right. How many runes do I have? Alright, I got nothing. Who's out here? Good sort of head. Well, it's zombies. Dog. That way? Yeah. Should we go for the dog? Let's go for the dog. You're not a dog. Cut me before he killed me. Where's the dog? I was promised a dog. I see blood stains. You're not a dog. One issue with the jumping heavy attack, though, eats a lot of stamina. Kind of worth it, though. I have health that guy. Grace ahead. Hole ahead, be wary of left. These are spoilers, don't you think? I'm gonna see what's in the zombie area. Excuse me. Oh, you explode. You turbo explode. Oh. Ow. I don't know what that is. Excuse me, excuse me. Alright, that's all that's here. Okay. Excuse me, excuse me. Time for rump. Only I had a lover. Touch Grace. Alright. Is this boss fight time? Looks like NPC type. Chest ahead, something incredible. I have to do wave clear. Not wave clear, ad clear, whatever you call it. You know what I mean. Huzzah! Oh, that really hurts. Damn, dude. What could we do? What could we do? What could we do? I'm gonna hit him with the I'm gonna hit him with this. And then I'm gonna hit this guy with this. Then hit this guy with this. And then I roll. And then I heal. Then I hit this guy with this. Ow. Ooh. Alright, well, I'm out of mana. Be you mimic or be you real? You be real. I don't think there's mimics in this game, right? Sober ancient dragon smithing stone. That's just the Dark Souls thing. Behind. Is it the chest? I know about the chest. Excuse me. Seek behind. First off item, then seek cliff. I'm guessing it's this one, right? Door. I'm guessing that was also like a distraction fight, right? The real fight's up the head, like up ahead for the boss. This should be boss area, right? Yeah. All right, I just wanted the item. I want my mana back. Oh, and I do more damage for being max health. I forget. I forget about that. Look at me, shirtless. Aren't I cool? All I need is a tail. Yeah. I'm not above doing mimic tier. I've been told that this is, according to the guide, that the guide of how to start the DLC, this is actually a hard fight. It is. Good luck. Time to eat some good luck hot chips. What if this stream was just an excuse for me to eat chips?
Dearest Mikola, you must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Mimic tier. Potion. Heal. Action. Oh, that really hurts. No!
Is mine and mine alone.
Oh, I see what that is. All right. Mimic tier. Flask. Potion. Action. Oh damn! All right, all right. That's a big storm. Big storm. Big storm of status application. Okay. Okay. Is there a thing I can do here for stamina? Is there such thing as like bonus stamina recovery thing? I can do a thing that boosts my physical attack. You know what I should do, actually, that I kind of completely forget is like a thing in this game? I need to throw shit. Damn. Oh my god. Oh, you just need to power through that. Ran out of stamina. I shouldn't have gone for the third swing. I eat so much stamina, bro. I need to calculate. Hang on. I need to do science real quick. At least you learn how to survive the attack. Yeah, you have to fucking power through it. That's crazy. How many swings can I do before I run out of stamina? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm out. Alright, you can kill me. Damn, I have to really, it's hit and run tactics. It's hit and run like crazy. I gotta go in, do the jumping heavy, and then just fucking dip. Maybe if I have the time, I go in for a second swing. I'm learning how to, I'm remembering how to play my own build. Also, when you break their poise and they go down, how do you do the follow-up attack? You have to like go up to the part of them that's like glowing, right? I thought I did that last time, but it didn't go through. my god.
Coming of the Bubble Dynasty. Morgwyn.
Mog's Great Rune, remembrance of the Bloodlord. Cool. Stand at the glowing spot, the normal attack, the normal right hand attack. Oh. That's R1, right? Maybe it didn't work last time because I did L1. I don't know. I need to use these fucking soul things. Let's get souls. Use Elden Remembrance. Oh wait, no, because this could give me thingamajiggy, right? Hold on. What does the Elden Beast give you? How do I fucking move? Oh, there we go. I don't know what the Elden Beast soul gives. I'm just curious. It might not even be good anyway. Sword? Oh, a hammer. Is it a big hammer? Ugh. I hate that you can't preview it. A sword and a hammer. It's a regular hammer. It's not a great hammer. I don't want it. What is this? Spear and blood boon. Scatters blood flame before caster to set area frame. Alright, no, not my favorite. What is this? Oh, it's to get the other shit. Alright, I don't want this. I don't want any of this. The sword is good for XP farming. You know what else is good for XP farming? Killing bosses. Killing shit. Offer a bell bearing? Oh, I don't have one. Bell bearing shop 1. Orders blade. Oh, holy damage. Oh, this is what you sell. Okay. Yeah, give me rune arcs. Right? No, actually, I should wait till I level first. Actually, hang on. I need to put these fucking things away. They're so big, blocking my character. How many souls is this gonna get us? That's the real question. Because I picked up a bunch of heroes runes outside that place. This is actually a lot of runes. Nice, that's a lot of levels. Stamina, for the love of God. How many can I do? 1, 2, 3, 4. That barely ups my stamina. That ups my stamina by 1. That just increases my equip load. Is there a soft cap to stamina? That just, like, I have to put 3 points in order to go up by 1 point. That's so not worth it. That's annoying. There's a soft cap to everything. Damn. The sword's special attack can kill nearly all of the tadpole enemies on the cliffside near Mogwin Palace at once from the bonfire. Oh. Shit, should I even bother for stamina at that point? I feel like that's a waste of 4 points. I could be putting 4 points towards health. That'll bring me from 1581 to 1656. I mean, that's not nothing. What if I do strength? More points into strength? I can do more damage. I'd be going from 908 to 915. That's not really a huge difference. I almost want to do health. I almost want to do stamina. Dude, 1 point sucks. Like, I at the one hand, on the one hand, I want the 1 point, but on the other hand, damn, that's a waste of so many souls. Is that worth? Was it always like this? I feel like it couldn't have always been like this. What do I even do with the extra equip load? Put on more armored pants? I guess I could put on better gloves. Up to you, it's your build and play style. Damn. I do wanna... I'm gonna round out strength to 90. I do want to go into 1600 for health. And then I just get 1 extra point to do whatever with. At this point, at whatever point I put into this is just going to be negligible. Fuck it, we'll do endurance, I don't care. Right? Dump stat? No? Nah, if I'm gonna dump stat, I should dump stat something else. Health? Sure, we'll do health. How many do I have now? 29,000. Alright, fine. Do 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 do. I do want to buy those runes. Do any of your hammers scale with dex at all? Fantastic question. Nope. All strength. I don't even think I could upgrade these any, like, further, right? The cap is 25. Is there even a point to me collecting, like, upgrade materials? Oh, I can upgrade the Ash of War, right? Another thing? No, I can't. Strengthen armament. I can upgrade my crossbow. Sure. I don't have anything else. Okay. There will be more hammers in the DLC. Ooh, but are they great hammers? Because this is a are there colossal hammers, I should say. I like colossal hammers. Wait, is this it? No. Where am I going? Right here. Who the fuck are you?
Ah. Were you guided here by kindly Miquella? I am Leda. And like you, I was guided by faith along his honorable path. Touch the withered arm, and you too will be transported to the realm of shadow where Miquella the Kind now dwells. My compatriots are there already. Like us, they have heard kindly Miquella's call. If you can find them, they are certain to lend you aid. Come now. Touch the with. I will not be far.
Is that it?
Come now. I will not be far behind.
Come now. Okay. To the realm of shadow. El Realmo of Shadow O. Oh. 5 colossal weapons in total. Excellent. Now you're speaking my language. How do I shoot the bow? Like that. Alright. I feel like this would be handy. Now you're speaking my language, Cammy. 5 colossal weapons. I do like my colossal weapons. I do have 90 points into strength. Ooh. Gravesite plane. Pretty. What are my graphic settings on? Hang on. Do I have max graphics on? Ray tracing quality high, quality settings, custom. Why am I at custom? Oh, because I turned off motion blur. Alright, we're at max settings. Is there a thing here? No. Oh, there it is. I require a map. To the map we go. Can I use... Yeah. Who in the fuck? Hang on, you look cool. Okay, you son of a bitch. Fucking wrong button. Oh. Oh my god. Damn, bro, the command grab. Okay. Hold on. I need to remember how to do the jump off horse, do big attack button. I'm pretty sure it's like, yeah, when you hit left stick, you can swing. All right, let's go get that guy again. Oi. I fucking missed. Ow. Really, eh? Alright. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that guy beat my ass. I'll get my souls back. Oh, I don't need to hold the run button. That's fantastic to know, actually. That's where I came from. I want to explore the south before I go north. Because it seems like north is where everything is. What the fuck was that? Didn't expect sound. Yeah, you're telling me, man. Telling me. Wait, what did that say? Mist or beast ahead? That's a boar. Rada fruit. Rada rada. Rada 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 rada. Ooh. Time for giant dragon ahead. There is just a giant dead dragon over there in there. Do I get to go down there? That looks explorable. Excuse me? Hold life. Just to fucking move my hammers out of the way. This is very pretty. Is there anything else here? That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, you can dash. Where am I? Oh. Let's see what's over here. Dugern. Hello. Be your friend or foe? I don't care. Oh god. Fucking missed. Oi! Oh my god, I fucking really tied. Ah! Oh, there's a snake here. I should actually probably equip that Ash of War that they just did, that like thing where like you yell and it ups your attack. I feel like that would be very helpful. I could put that on the red one, because the red one I just have that like dash thing. Can we just kill you guys? There's a big guy in there. No. Alright, so what's up, buddy? What's up? So what the fuck is up? Ooh, great hammer. Alright, hold on. Now you're speaking my language. You're speaking my language here. What else we got? Armament? Fire coil. Up. Oh, up. What's with the fire coil? Uses FP to conjure tiny fire snakes. That's kind of sick, actually. What is this? Used to gradually recover FP. What is FP? That's mana. Oh! I didn't know that was a thing. Can I put something in here? Should we put the runes in there? Should we put like other throwing things in there? What is this? Uses FP to continuously heal nearby allies. If I put this here, what button is that to activate? There is no button. Alright, well that sucks. Doggo, I challenge you. I missed. What else we got around here? Church of Consolation. Blessing. Ow! Why you kill me? Scadutree fragments can be found across the realm of shadow. Consume these at sites of grace to bolster your Scadutree blessing. The Scadutree bolsters the recipient's abilities to deal and negate damage, but has no influence. Oh, this is the unique scale thing of the DLC. I know about this. They have their own like way of upgrading people. Oh, my hand tracker. It has fallen. And it can't get up. There it is. Thank you. Hello there. Can't see dick. Blessing of Marika. I missed. Damn, that hurt. How has your day been, Lou? My day has been good. Thank you for asking. Granted, I haven't, it's been good. Granted, a little uneventful. Haven't really done much. Mostly been sleeping. But peaceful is good. I enjoy peaceful. Well, we have finished the church. Unless there's something behind the waterfall. Should I check? Let's check. You know, video games like to put shit behind waterfalls. Never mind, there's nothing here. Why is it always not here? Alright. I can just teleport. Alright, now we go north. Let's start with northwest. Actually, should we do this little village? So this little village. Hey, what's up? Hang on. I'm here to kill you all. I fucking missed. Ow. I'm gonna bring out the gun. Where's everyone praying? You've said your last prayer. Ow. Wait, how did I do the flip thing without using the ability? I thought that was forward, but it's not forward. Is it back? No. Creator Pontain's cookbook. That's not what I wanted to do. Stop. God damn it. Lou, do you want to do Fortnite tomorrow for the limited time mode? There's a limited time mode? What is it? What's happening tomorrow? Precious item ahead? Oh. Yeah, it's 16v6. What? What? 60v16? What is it? TDM? They put TDM in the game? Is it? Like Team Rumble? Is it no build or is it build? Rolling ahead. Tomorrow's Helldivers update though. I completely forgot the Helldivers update. Excuse me. It was tomorrow. I do not have all the answers. Then you must obtain the answers. Oh, wait, is it just neutral? Yeah, it's neutral. Wait, no. That's the swing. It's whatever this is. R2. Lets me just do this for free. Oh, and there's the heavy attack. What is this in? Here. R2 is heavy. Oh, that's crazy. The R2 for that is that move? Blade of Mercy. Is this a trinket? What the fuck is it? Oh yeah, what was this that I got? Completely restores health and heals all ailments. Oh. Wait, what? This is a one-time use, or is this refill with the Estus? I have questions. Nobody has answers. Light shows the path, but without order. Grace move. The fuck did I just pick up? I have so many items. Oh well. How is it not a trinket? Hang on, what? It seemed like a trinket. Oh, it is a trinket. Raises attack power after each critical hit. Oh. Raises attack power after critical hit. This seems beneficial to my build, but I don't know if I want to have it. People are saying like the end game limited time mode. I never played that one. Your breasty Dante says it's the Avengers LTM from I never played that one. Where was I going? There was a thing I wanted to see over here. Anything else? No. I believe I am done with this area. I do wanna swap these because I have like better bolts than just the fucking regular ones, you know? Meteor bolt, flaming bolt, reformer's bolt, black key bolt, bird bolt, ballista bolt, explosive great bolt. Can I put these in the regular one? Oh, no way. Yeah, I can't. Okay. Can only take regular ones. Alright, I'll put the bird in here. And then these. Oops. Shadow Realm Blessing. Consume Sekadu tree fragments to bolster your Sekadu tree. Your Scadu tree. I keep saying Sekadu. Your Scadu tree blessing. The Scadu tree blessing bolsters the recipient's element. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I need 2. Great. Yeah, I gotta do a whole lot of exploring if I'm gonna find all them fucking blessings. Is there anything around here? blessing. Revered ash spirit. Revered spirit ash can be found across the realm of shadow. Consume this ash at sites of grace to bolster your revered spirit ash blessing. Revered spirit ash blessing bolsters both summon spirits and spectral steeds abilities to deal and negate damage, but has no influence outside the realm of shadow. Oh, okay. It's your summons. Your summons and your horse durability, I'm guessing. Ass spirit, spirit of the ass. Is there anything at the tree? Is this just a tree? Nothing special about this tree? Nothing here? No, nothing here. Okay. These are cliffs, right? Yep, those are cliffs. We explore here. Then we go up the road. Okay. I need to explore every nook and cranny because I actually need those blessings. Scorched ruins. There even anything here? Don't seem to be anything here. Watching your close captions is wild sometimes. Yes, I am aware that it is incredibly inaccurate. I need to get a better one, but I don't know how to go. Well, it's not that I don't know how to go about that. It's that I don't know where to get out. Bashwood, why? I don't know where to get a better one. Big bird. Big bird? Damn. So what's up, bro? Western Nameless Mausoleum. Be wary of strong foe. Oh, try parrying. Oh, big enemy. Big enemy time? I think it's big enemy time. Alright, hang on. How do I do my special? Right, it's this button. Okay. I didn't remember how to play the game. I can't use Mimic. That's fine. I fucking missed. I'm dead. Fuck! Oh, that's so sad. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Alright, hang on. Let me eat some chips. I like chips. I want my chippies. I like these. Hang on. Can I show you what I'm eating? No, I can't. Look up Pringles Scorching Hot Chili and Lime. These actually like taste like lime. They're very good, actually. I hate things like chips that are like, oh, chili and lime flavor, but like they barely taste like lime. It tastes like someone thought about adding lime flavor, but these actually taste like lime. You are not healing. Oh, you son of a bitch! I thought I could jump over that. I don't know why I did. I don't know why I thought that. It's all right. I grab my runes. It's a battle of like, I like battles like that where it's like we have to like watch each other to see like when we can swing. It turns into, I don't know if you've ever played Chivalry or Mordau. Reminds me of that. Whoa, that hurts. Whoa! All right, new shit. Damn. That dude just did like my entire health. I just got 2 shot, bro. I got 2 shot. We go again. Western Nameless Mausoleum. Oh, no way! My souls! Why did I miss but he didn't? We like spinned around each other. Fuck. Oh, shit. Damn. I thought I parried. I didn't. Mistimed my dodge. Mistimed my dodge and was not expecting this, the follow-up. He's been practicing, you haven't? Trial by fire learning over here. I did not mean to do that. No, do a dot. Fuck, I got caught in hit stun. Too greedy, too greedy, too greedy. I need to stop going for third swing. Third swing gets me killed. Fuck, these chips are so good. I'm feeling the spice though. This fucking. Oh my god. At least it's not hitting the gritty on me. This is true. At least it's not hitting the gritty on me. Fuck you. Ugh. I did not mean to do that. I fucking missed. I missed. Big damage. Great Sword of Solitude, Helm of Solitude, Armor, Shit of Solitude. Awesome. Could this be a projectile weapon? Huh? How many souls did that give me? 70,000. That's not bad. How many do I need to level? I'm at like 160th to level. Thank you, Cammy. Okay. I do want to check out that stuff that I got. I just want to see the sword. Oh, is it a great sword? Sword of Solitude, right? Where would I find that? This one. Great sword. Yeah, just a great sword. Yeah. Wait, what are the pants? What about the pants? My pants are probably better. Yeah, my pants are. Wait. Actually, they're ever slightly better for strike. Oh, that's right. That's the slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning, right? Strike, I'm guessing, is bludgeoning. It's like a 0.7 difference. Ups my focus and my poise, though. Is that really the best that I got? I think I'm pretty sure I'm wearing the best armor. For my pants, for my legs, my little leggies. Like if I put these on, it's like only slightly, right? I'll keep these on, I guess. Do I have better gloves, or are these the best gloves? These are the best gloves. Okay. And I'm not putting on a shirt. Nor am I changing my head, my fursuit head. Actually, all right. So that's that area done. We gotta go up. We gotta go like whatever the fuck's over here. I'm not gonna fight the big fire guy. I already know the big fire guy is out of my league. Go away. There's a big gate. What else is there? There's like some stuff over here. Let's check out this stuff. And then we'll go through the big gate, maybe? Because that's the bridge. Come on. Oh! Why are you attacking me, bro? I've done nothing to you. Yeah, that's the bridge. That goes farther up that way. Alright, let's check out this shit. Go away. Better not be coming towards me. How is the game volume, by the way? Is it too loud? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? Black Hand Blade. It's just a knife, right? Looks like a knife. TBHS perfecto. Gracias. Fuck, I didn't get to see what it was called, bro. Oh, it's this one. Backhand blade. Well, these are new. I'm guessing you literally hold it backwards. I'm not crossing that. Alright, that's that area discovered. Should we go across the bridge or through the arch? Let's do arch. Ooh, a grace. Hello there, be you friend or foe? Friend. Ooh. Should we converse?
Lady Leda spoke of you. You're that tarnished. Guided here by kindly Mikola. Won't we all? I am Freya. I want to fought
Freya!
alongside General Radahn. In battle, you can be sure I'll hold my own.
I name my... you and my cat have the same name.
Fi, another. Treading the heels of Mikola. Then, as that woman would surely say, we are in our purposes well aligned. But understand, your kind are not forgiven. The Earth Tree is my people's enemy. By Marika long betrayed. Set aflame. I believe Mikola's apologies when he says our delivery will come, but never will I see your kind as worthy.
Oh, another thing. Did you speak to our dour little friend? If you've yet to do so, have him give you a map of the Cross's whereabouts. You'll find more of them dotted about these lands. They are Mikola the Kind's footprints.
Little friend? What little friend?
If you've yet to do so, be assuming you intend to trace kind Mikola.
Little friend. I know not who you speak of. Okay. Oh wait. How much to level? Yeah, 1600. Well, yeah. I don't think I have thingies for that, right? Can't make that? No, even. Yeah, this is 10,000. It's 500. Ow! I am a rainbow Spanish kitty. They call me El Gato Loco. I say gay in Spanish. I don't really know how to say it in the crass way. Well, I'm probably just gay, right? I'll say El Gay Gato. El Gay Gato. Friends.
You must be the Tarnished. I am Ansbach. Formerly in service to Lord Moog, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Mikola. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was. My fighting days are far behind me, which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern Tender Mikola's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master unless I know that I can be of use. May I request a service of you? 6 crosses, identical to this one, have been discovered in these lands. They are akin to Tender Mikola's footprints, or gravestones, which mark what he's left behind. If you discover any more crosses, be certain to tell me. I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Mikola is doing here.
I'm guessing you mean these things. 6 of them? Oh, alright, well, we've already found 2. What, maricon? I love when Pride Month comes around and all the bakeries that are allies make mariconchas.
If you discover any more crosses, be certain to tell me. Just what?
Maricon. Plump sort, oh plump sort. Lovable sort, oh lovable sort.
Hello there. Together, we work. Together. For Mikola the Kind. Many things we have found.
What you got? Alright.
Goodbye.
I'm pretty sure it translates directly to the F word, so... Maricon? Does it? I thought Maricon was like scumbag. Or like degenerate. I did not mean to do that. Fort cast. TBH, my grandpa said Los LGBTs. It's funny. Okay. Alright, what we got? Oh yeah, yeah, fucking big son of a bitch. Oh well, now you're a dead son of a bitch. Oh, you've got to be fucking me. Let's do one. Shout out to my late grandma. She didn't know I was un LGBT. What the fuck? Ow. Are you fucking kidding me? All right. Uh-huh. Try something incredible. What do you mean by that? I was gonna say stealth ahead. Oh, hi. My grandparents also don't know I'm an LGBT. Los LGBTs. I think only like a handful of my cousins know. One cousin I've told straight up just because I'm cool with them. My family is, unfortunately, not very keen. Oh, wait, I got a thing. Cool. Excuse me. Tongo Tong. Where am I? I'm in a town. What is this? Tower settlement. We can go left, right, or forward. Let's go left. Smack. Smack. I have two cousins that know. Actually, wait, yeah, I also have two cousins. I have a second cousin that does know. Two cousins of mine I've told. And I think 3 others just kind of figured it out. And the rest, to my knowledge, they don't know. Not exactly something I openly talk about. Oh, that really hurt. Are you fucking kidding me? My grandparents don't know either. Everyone else has figured it out though. None of my grandparents know, but that's because they're dead. Well, correction, I have one grandma that's still alive, but she's never gonna figure it. Never gonna figure it out, and B, I'm never gonna tell her, and C, she's insane, so I don't want to tell her. I don't mean she's insane as in like she's senile. I mean like she's like an evangelical Christian. Holy shit. Not resin? Relax, bro. Ladder. Oh, are you serious? Come on, how do I switch fucking arrows? Oh, these actually do damage. I was gonna say, yeah, I never knew any of my grandfathers. They all died before I was conscious. My grandmothers, I was close with one. The other one, not so much. The one that I was close with has passed. God bless her heart. Other one I'm not exactly too keen on. I have cool cousins though. The rest of my family is chill. Well, some of them. There's some I'm not. There's one distant branch of the family I'm also particularly not very keen of because they're just kind of terrible people. One because I fucking hate her and wanted to prove a point that out of the two of us, she was the one that made me what out of the two of us, she was the one that made me watch her piss when I was a child. What the fuck? The other is her brother to complain about her sister. Crazy. Ow. The one grandma I was chill with had a... Oh! She had an orange tree, which was very nice, and she also loved Pan Dulce, which was great because anytime I would go see her, there's always like conchas there, and I love Pan Dulce. My mom's parents and step-parents are still alive, though they're all in their 80s. I believe my grandparents' siblings are still alive, but I'm not very close with them. If at all, I know nothing about them. You still gonna shoot me from back there? Fucking better not. No, please, not like this. Fuck. Oh, thank you. Lou the glizzy gobbler over here. I love glizzies so much. Beto! Bunga bunga! Beto, thank you so much for that sub. Shit, I gotta eat hot chips now. Yo, we're one sub away from the sub goal, guys. Hi, Beto! Betito. Betito, mijo. Betito chulito. How hot are the hot chips? I've been snacking on some chips that are just kind of, they're a manageable level of hot. They're more so just kind of tasty, which is why I've been snacking on them. I do have these other chips here that are spicy. These I know for a fact are spicy. I've had these before. Excuse me. Which is Freya, please stop stepping across my keyboard. Freya, I met an NPC that has the same name as you. It's spelled differently though. Hi, kitty. I only have my grandpa and my mom from my mom's side, and bro refuses to die. Oh my god. Lu Chulito, Betito. And I meant that in a, he's the indomitable human spirit. He has the indomitable human spirit in his blood because he's had so many surgeries and he's still perfectly able-bodied. Yo. Homie said built different. That's cool as fuck. Alright. I'm gonna eat like a handful of these. Actually, wait a minute. These aren't hot at all. What the fuck? I just gotta keep eating more. Nom, 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 nom. I just have to do multiple. Maybe it's because I've been snacking on those other chips. I'm like not feeling it. He's had surgery for a stroke that went untreated for weeks, a heart attack that revealed his arteries were clogged, several kidney surgeries, and he's diabetic. Goddamn. You need to get the one big-ass super spicy chip. I'm looking for it. I have to go through all the rest of these chips first. All right, the more I eat these, the more I feel it. But these are also really tasty, so I'm gonna eat like 2 more. All right. To wash my hands now. covered in chip dust. Oh yeah, I'm feeling it. Okay. Cammy, why'd you kill me? I'm already dying. Oh, fuck. Water. All right, that's much better. Okay. Well, at least it's good to know that those are tasty. They're not just spicy, you know. I was thinking worst case scenario, if I do have to like up the spice, I just dip them in hot sauce. Get like a little dipping container, and then just eat them with hot sauce. But I'll be real with you, I don't really want to do that, because like that will get me. I'm headed to bed, eeping by for a lurk. Good night. Have a good night, dog toy. Thank you for stopping by. Always lovely having you. Thank you. I did not mean to drink the fucking elixir. Fuck. Fuck. Oh well. Big hammer smash. Ooh. Something up here. There's these guys. Key required ahead, Seagull Cogger. I open this. No. I open nothing. Who the fuck are you? Almost. I have a fat health pool. Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Hello there. I kill you. Yeah. String. Storing key. Damn, I am just like a tiny. I just need a tiny bit more strength to be able to one-shot those guys. I need more blessings. Ew, some nasty shit down there. Let's go this way. Nasty shit. Ow. It's just bugs. Just a lot of bugs. What this? Front door from before. Front door from before, yes? Yes. Excellent. I need to check that storage room. But first I will finish this area over here. Yeah, I figured. On guard. Oi! Oh, there's a second one! Damn. Great. Alright, at least this lets me check this fucking thing. What do we got in here? You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right.
Who art thou, stranger? By the look of thee, another of Messmer's peons, methinks. Tell me, does thy kind never weary grow? How do these old bones fascinate thee yet? Our lands were by thy kind set aflame, our tower by thy kind veiled in shadow. Thou camest, robbing us of all, spoiling all. Have ye not basked in these deeds long enough? Listen, progeny of the Wanton's trumpet. For thy sins thou shalt have thy recompense. The sacred beast shall unleash its ire. Till then, with this old hag, do what thou wilt, for all the good it'll do thee in the end. For what reason enact thy sordid work with fullest pride, else tuck away thy tail and leave for good loathsome issue of the Rotten's trumpet. Begone. These lands were ours since times of old. Begone. These lands were ours.
Ew. Okay. Random old lady. What else we got? Can't fucking see. That's it. Is that actually it? Damn. I was hoping for an item. I'm gonna die. God damn it. Oh no. I went for the fucking greedy ass swing. I signed my fate so hard. Do you ever break poise? Damn, how many did I lose? Like 60, 70,000? Feels bad. Now. Feels worse when it's over 1 million. Oh, I can only imagine. Don't I have like bombs? I should throw bombs. Wait, I do. Hang on. Bone. Bullshit. Yeah. Oh, that's it? Damn. What the fuck? I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Oh, you're one of these motherfuckers. Eat this. That does no damage. Oish. Ah, so close. So close. Ah. All right, hang on. All right. Death by grippers. I fucked up. Fuck. I was okay. I forgot how to do one hammer style fighting. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't ever want to hear anybody fucking. Oi. God damn it, I'm trying to fucking jump. Lou, your Discord got raided? What? Holy shit, you are so right. I got it. Don't worry. This will take me 2 seconds. Actually, wait, hang on. Damn, they really got through, didn't they? Alright, I'm getting them. Thankfully, I should have... The cars, NSFW. Jesus. Lou, you need to take care of it. I'm on it, I'm on it. Not every day we get these. Alright, who's this one? And just like that, all done. Clean. Damn, hang on. Yeah, none of my mods are on. Alright, that makes sense. Unfortunate, but dealt with very quickly. Thank you for telling me. How long were they here for? Like what, 5 minutes? I'm trying to read the log here. How long did they get in? Yeah, literally a few minutes. All right. Like it never happened. back to my fucking video games. That was annoying. There was a surprising amount of SpongeBob stuff. The cars in SFW was so funny. Like, okay, I'm guessing there are a bunch of kids who have nothing better to do. What am I gonna do? Alright, I need this thing. Should reset the Discord link just in case. That's actually a great idea. Hang on. There's no fucking pausing in this game. All right. The link has been disabled. I will put up a new one later. Excuse me. Whoa. I'm gonna die. Never mind. What the fuck? Shit. Later. Where's the big guy? There he is. Should I use Flask for them? I should use Flask for him. That really hurt. Fuck. It's the shoulder bash. The shoulder bash comes out so fast. Have I gone this way? Who's doing magic? You. Stop. Wrong button. Hi, Red.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Oh, great. All right, bring it on. Ouch, ouch.
My words, graceless heathen. Pervade the flame of Messmer.
Crusade insignia. Raises attack power after defeating an enemy. Oh? I wish it would tell me more. Like, what if it's like by like 0.2? What if it's like by like 5 points? That seem... Is that good? Shriek of Sorrow. Oh, that's everything here. Okay. Ouch. Oi! Get out of here, bro. Check something real quick. All right, we're good, right? Yeah. All right. Food time? What do you mean food time? Are you getting food? What you getting? What you getting? Snacks? What are you eating? What are you eating? Snacks? Rice. What kind of rice? Is it a good kind of rice? Fuck, dude. What do I do for this guy? This guy sucks. What can I throw at you? I'm about to throw shit at you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oi. That's not what I want to do. Fuck you. Dude, where's the next grace? Oi, that's not good. There's the staircase from down there. Alright, I'm gonna check the other side and then I'll come back. Oh, what do we have here? I don't want to dwell on the raid, but part of me kind of feels like, man, so I made it up to that level, huh? I can get raided now. That's my first raid. I've never been raided before. I almost see it as an accomplishment. Oh yeah, we're over here. That's all I'll say about it. I feel like they've been more and more common. I haven't seen a single one. Time to put in a verification system. Yeah, I guess our verification system to get past the front gates of the server is a little kind of paper thin. Even with smaller streamers. I'd have to get a bot. Like a proper bot to do it. Or, well, like, we do have a bot, which is the verification system that we have now, but... I don't know. Oh, it's you! Oh my god, you suck. Shit, 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 shit. Ow, oh my goodness. Okay, listen here. I'm out of mana. Please give me grace. Thank God. I take it this is boss fight time. Would I have enough for... I think I should, yeah, right. Let's see if I can make enough for a level before I go in. I'm not gonna have enough. Fuck. I don't want to go in there with souls, man. No. Fuck. Way off. Damn it. This is absolutely a boss fight. There's no way in hell this isn't a boss. Ooh, friend. Oh, it's you. Do you think we can? I just need to not lose my souls, man. I believe we can. I'm just worried about souls. All right. Oh, it's Freya. Yo. Yeah. All right, let's do this.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, take root inside the tower's sculpted keepers, and perched within, we beg of thee, rise. Cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away this strumpet's fire.
Ooh. All right, well, here we go. Why am I not doing damage? Hello? Oh my god. I'm dead. Fuck. Do you only take damage from the backside? How was I doing no damage? Was I missing? No way. I'm that close? It's immune while doing a grab. Ah. Damn, he only takes back shots. Shut up. Ow. Oh, that really hurts. Ah! Fuck, no, my soul. That was so fucking slow. Oh great, another one of these fucking guys. Hang on. what's the command? Is it like ban phrase slash ban? Somebody can remove or like prevent someone from being able to do a certain type of message, right? You can also just click on the name and ban them. Yeah, but I want to remove specifically that word or like that combination of words. I can't find it. Alright, I'll just get rid of him. Later. Dick. I have no issue with self-moderation. It takes me 2 seconds to ban people. Absolutely nothing out of my day. Do you use Siri? I don't know what that is. I did the wrong attack. Oish. Ouch. 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 Come on, just one more. Oh my god. Nice. Seribot? I do not. I don't even know what that is. How many souls? Damn, dude. Ah, that would have given me enough to level if I hadn't lost the other ones. Did all I get is really a head? That sucks. Oh, I got the soul. All right. Remembrance of the Dancing Lion. I should see what I get for this. I'm guessing the remembrances still give me... Can I not go back to the hold from here? No. You should get it. It will take care of 99% of bots for you. I don't really have a bot problem. Honestly, it's rare that one of them even gets through. I have like a lot of banned phrases that keeps them out. And even if they do get in, I just ban them in like 2 seconds. It's a more modern Nightbot. I think it also has tools for hate raids and such. Is it Discord? Is it a Discord bot or a Twitch bot? Twitch? Oh. Damn. Alright, well, that's everything in terms of loot, I guess. Unless they give me more shit here. No, none here. Okay. I don't know. Do you think I need it? Visions of Door. Hold on. Staircase. Be you friend or foe? Lead him safely unto greater godhood, and in divinity grant our salvation. Cool. It's up to you. You just set it up and it does its thing. Hour of Shadow Message. Where would I find that? Here. Message left by Needle Knight Lita, addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow, and it is surely where kind Miquella is headed. We are no Empyreans, but we must locate the path that will lead us there. I will follow the crosses east. Okay. East we must go. Why are there bloodstains? It's people just jumping off in it. Lou doesn't trust us with swords because we'll stab each other. Sealed and obscured by shadow. Alright, well that's this area done, I guess, until we unobscure this place. I trust you with swords. It's a question of, do you want to have swords? I don't just want to like throw that on you. I could give you swords. I have no issue with that. I don't need a fucking level. Oh wait, how do I? Can I not get to the stronghold from here? Am I like locked out of the stronghold for the duration of the DLC? Because I want to see what the remembrance gives me in terms of item, but I can't get from here to there. What's up?
Ah, well met. That was a fine battle indeed. It heartens me that another warrior stands among us. Among the beckoned.
Ask about the damage to her helm.
Long ago, I was stricken by scarlet rot in the swamp of Aeonia. Immobile, feverish, and in great pain, I was entirely resigned to death. I was left behind, and only kindly Miquella was good enough to seek me out. My wound was swollen and festering, exuding a most pungent odor, and yet he drained the poison from it, despite my wretched visage. Now, I consider this wound my compass.
Didn't expect legs. Why is it always legs? What do you mean? Oh, because she does have her legs out. What the fuck? What? Can you see that? There's just metal plates strapped to the fucking front of her legs. Don't give me a sword. I can't be trusted. Among Us. Basswood wants to be Fenrir. Basswood, do you want to be Fenrir? Is this what you're telling me? I don't want to eat the remembrance because I don't know, because it could give me a great weapon or a colossal weapon. Not that I would expect it to, but also I want souls. Is it spoiler for me to ask how I can check what item it gives me, or are the DLC remembrances just solely for the purpose of being eaten? Did they not give items? Alright, well, we did the west. I'm gonna do north, and then we'll go across the bridge. You think I don't have art of me chomping on a sword? I believe that you have art of you chomping on a sword. I want to see it. Can you show me? You should post it in the Discord. I want to see. How do I get off the... Let's do the lake over here first. Well, I don't yet. And you better get some soon. Anything else around here? Don't look like it. Bunch of cages. Cave. Cave. Cave detected. Sadness ahead. Oh? If only I had an octopus. Octopus. What do we have in this down here dungeon? That's our button. Can't fucking see. It's like something out of Tomb Raider. Oi! You dipshit son of a bitch. Glad that didn't hurt. You could trade the remembrances at the round table hold just like the base game ones, by the way. But how do I can't get to the base, to the round table hold from here. Unless I have to like leave the DLC area. Do I have to like go back the way I came to leave, and then from there do I have to do all that backtracking? Go to the round table pizza loop. God, I wish. Some round table pizza. That would go hard. I will admit. Kind of sounds pretty great. Here. I hear sad people. Now I hear dead people. Get out of here. I haven't been to the round table. I haven't been to a round table pizza in so long. Wait, is round table pizza a place? Is that like a chain? I genuinely didn't know that. Is that like a Domino's? I only know of Domino's and like Pizza Hut, Papa John's. And then like 50 like local places that are by me. Well, you don't know round table pizza? I don't. What is round table pizza? No, please, not the jar, anything but that. I promise I won't ever do it again. I swear, a living saint I'll surely be. Please, you must forgive me. Forgive me, please. Elden Ring? He doesn't want to be put in the jar. You don't want to know what it means to be put in the jar. No, you really don't. Jumping. Is this an actual jumping puzzle? Oh my god, it is. It's just a pizza place. It's been so long I can't actually remember if it's decent or not. Be wary of left. Oh, that's a flesh pot. I've never heard of a round table pizza. Ew. I thought you'd explode. Oh, thank God. No. Ah! Fuck. Dude, I hit the chain. I've been on a Domino's kick because they're 2 for $7 medium 2-topping pizzas. Oh, you don't know? Oh, I'm aware. Trust me, I'm well aware of the medium 2-topping pizzas for $7. It used to be 2-topping pizza, 2 medium. It used to be 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6. Domino's is so fucking good, bro. You know what really gets me though? It's the garlic crust. That shit is so good. I swear to God, they put crack in that. No jumping. We don't need to really jump. We just kind of fall. I feel like the Domino's in my area. Wait, hold on. The crack is the garlic. I'm gonna be real, I don't like the garlic crust. Ah, damn, bro, I love the garlic crust so much. I feel like the Domino's in my area skips out on the toppings, though. Oh, oof, that sucks. Don't you dare. Fast food dogs aren't allowed to eat garlic anyway. Ow. Are you guys friendly? No, you're not. Of course not. I take it the big guy's not friendly either. Praise the warrior. Smack. Jumping smack. Raw meat dumpling. Ew. Ew. This is a dungeon if I've ever seen one. Ew. Be wary of sound. In short, no, listen carefully ahead. Oi! Grass. I sneak. Grass. What are you fucking talking about, grass? What the fuck are you talking about? Enemy ahead, then shortcut ahead. Okay. See, that's useful. I swear to God, if this one says grass. Oh, you son of a bitch! Get out of here. Yeah. Long stash. Garlic crust. It's even better when you put, like, I don't know. I'm the type of person who likes to put every single topping available on my pizza. So, like, you know, on top of the toppings, I'll get some fucking oregano on that shit. Get some garlic powder, some red pepper flakes. Delicious. That's fucking delicious. Big man, die. Oh, you son of a bitch. Of course. No! Come on. Oh, come on, I'm back here. Pain in my ass. Damn, bro, they really sent me all the way back to the beginning. Oh wait, which way is the exit? That way. I want pizza now, but I don't actually want pizza. I ate like a while ago. I'm not hungry. Not to mention all these chips have been kind of filling me. Not to mention the amount of water I have to drink to counteract counteract the spice. Belly full. This boy is so full of chips. Yep, I'm very full of chips. Excuse me. Oh my god, that does so much damage. Why does that do so much damage? If I would have died there, I would have actually kind of been genuinely a little mad. Oh fuck, that's right, I fall. Oh my god. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ugh. You gotta be kidding me. There's an item up there too. That's annoying. Okay. Oh, come on! What an awful enemy. I hate that enemy so much. Hidden path ahead, therefore jumping required ahead. And this is the main path, I take it? Yeah, okay. Remind me that I missed an item back there in that other room. My fat ass just destroyed the... Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. God damn it, I'm back in the... Good job, Louis, shut up. I wonder. Oh god, this is gonna hurt actually. Oh no, nice. Alright, how the fuck do I get that item? I don't think I can get that from here. That's definitely not here. Here. Up here? No. Ew. Yeah, I figured you'd be like guarding or some shit. Fuck. My ass is too fat. Oh my goodness. Dude, I don't even know what this shit does. Alright, I want to see something. Yes! You're kidding. Don't you fucking dare. Pain in my ass. Alright, let's not do the stupid this time. Can I go that way? Is there even... No, there's nothing there. Okay, that's just to trick me. What is this? Push. Oh, I thought that was a button. This sucks. This looks like this sucks. I don't like this. Precious item ahead. Oh? I did not mean to do that. Be wary of riot. Oh, there's a precious item. Great jar. What is that supposed to do? Elden Ring. Fuck's a great jar? Is that like just like a jar, a big jar? I can make a big bomb out of it. Admittedly, one thing I never really messed around with in this game was the crafting. But I feel like I'm not alone in that one, in that regard. Excuse me. That's the way back. Oh, great. Damn, bro. No grace? I have enough to level. Isn't there a thing that lets me teleport back? No, that loses all my runes. Alright, I guess I'll just go fuck myself. Sick as fuck. I missed. Nice. Demi-human swordsman Yosh. That was kind of fucking. That's kind of cool. Turn to entrance. That's it? I don't get his like power. I mean, I guess his power is like summoning him, right? That sucks. I wanted that cool like fly up in the air and then dive down kind of thing. That was sick. Good job, Lou. Thank you. Well, you're clapping. Thank you. Thank you for the clapping. I need a site of grace. I need the grace so I can level. I can just level over here. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. I got sniped. What do you mean I got sniped? Oh, is this me falling? Yeah. Thank you, Snacks. I only get one level, right? Yeah. I need to fucking... Actually, hang on. The second thing, actually. Hang on. Did I not get a second Great Rune? Alright, I guess I'm crazy. Alright, how do I actually go back to the stronghold? Should I go back like the way I came? Am I even allowed to do that? Because I want to get this thing out of my way. It's bothering me. Nope. Can't go back. Am I supposed to unlock the ability to return to the stronghold? At least I got a couple other ones. Fine, I'll eat it. Damn, that didn't even give me a second one. I'm close to it, though. I don't want to put points into endurance. I really don't. I wish I could. Damn, it sucks so much that 50 is the fucking cap, bro. I guess health. Right? Yeah, sure. I should round out my shit for like 50 health, 50 stamina, and then like probably dump the rest of my points into strength so I do more damage. Because I imagine it's gonna start scaling my health like it is with stamina, and I'm gonna have to start putting like a shit ton of points in order to level up, and that's gonna suck. I don't want that. That was the cave over there. Is there anything else over here? I didn't check out the lake. A little house. What's in the house? Abandoned alien village. Are you evil? Yeah, you're evil. Cookbook. Have I been here? Would appear not. Grave bird armor. Yeah, okay, the thingy is over there. Right? Yeah. Alright, let's check out the... Like... What is Big Thing? Is Big Thing evil? Will Big Thing attack me? This is Big Thing, is it not? Great katana. Ooh. This is a dead dragon. Oh, it's an undead dragon. Oh, great. I fucking missed. I missed again. I hate my life. Oh, that really hurts. Wrong thing. So what's up? Oh, fuck. Ouch. Please, no, not like this. Come on, you're so close. Just give it to me, bro. Oh, thank God. Dragonheart, ancient dragon smithing stone. Resummon Steed by consuming a flask of tears? Can I not? Are you like dead, bro? Fuck yeah, he's dead. Okay, fine. Alright, well, that's the lake cleared. Bridge time. Oh, wait. One level away. One level away and I'm 50 vigor. Look at how big that fucking health bar is, bro. Look at how big that is. it's past halfway the screen. People are like, my build is the best, dude. I do a strength build and I use a greatsword and sometimes I use magic. Me, Giga Chad, Unga Bunga, jumping heavy, 2 big hammers, lots of health. Oh shit. Hey buddy, I need you to not do that. Hang on. Weaponize your stink, Lou. You'll win. I'm not stinky. I showered yesterday. Don't you dare. Oh, fuck off. I hate you. No, no. It's fine. It's just fine. I'm just mildly inconvenienced. I missed. Whatever. I just want my souls. Ouch. Oh. Fire spark perfume bottle. Sounds like a fancy way of saying Molotov cocktail. And if that's the case, that's pretty cool. Oh, fuck this, bro. I missed. They get close, and then I start getting scared. It's when I start getting scared. It's like, things go bad. Is this a blessing? Yay. Hello. It's okay if you're stinky. I'll still hug you. Aww. Bass Boost. Woof. Hi, Bass Boost. Oh my god. It's the goodest of dogs. It's the best heckin' doggo. Hi, Bass Boost. Hi. Hello. Pretend like I'm petting you on the head. And giving you lots of hugs. It's the greatest, basest, boostest of wolves. Howdy, partner. Are there any more things around here? was a bad guy. Alright. You won't have to pretend for long. Pounces on you. Aww. Come here and come here and get these hugs, bro. People say you can catch these hands. Well, you can catch these hugs. Oh, hi. Oi! Alright, who else? I just want to make sure I'm not leaving anything in this camp behind. Oh. Good thing I'm checking. Why, how goes the Elden Ringing? It's going good, friend. I have been consuming various hot chips while playing the Elden of Rings. It's going pretty well. I think I'm doing pretty well so far. Killed a couple bosses, got a few level ups, picked up some snazzy little items. Which way am I going? I'm going north. Alright, we could check out the north. Wait, did I touch this one already? Yeah, I did, okay. Do I need to rest? I don't really need to rest. I see, Big Man. Is Big Man combative? I think Big Man is combative. You might have to combat Big Man. And where there is Big Man combat, there is me to participate. Nice. Wait, hang on. I missed. What are you doing? You're dead anyway. Big hammer attack. Big hammer attack. That was just one of the regular giants. He just has like Virgil summoning sword powers. I was expecting that to be like a proper mini boss. Although I guess that was a mini boss. But you know, like in terms of like, I mean, like I thought there would be like a health bar at the bottom, and the music would start going, you know. Ow. Stop it. Great. Big hammer attack. Giant hammer. I love me my big unga bunga hammer. I go unga and then I go bunga and then they die and then I'm like, yay. I started singing all along in agreement, but you can't hear me, so pretend I'm singing along. Aw. It's the cutest singing. Milady? Is this really called Milady? That's really funny. Light greatsword. Not interested. Halo, Base Boost, Wolf, BBW, BWB, and Snacks. Hi, Zethius. Hi, Zeth. Hi. Hello, friend. Good afternoon, friend. Or night, or morning, or whichever time of day it is for you. Meowdy. I'm gonna drink some juicy juice so I have my buff. I like to imagine the Estus flask in this game tastes like Capri Sun. Smash. Smash. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. What weapon do you have? I want that. That did a lot of damage. Oh, you sucking motherfucker. You're still alive. Oh my God. I should get in bed since I have early classes tomorrow, but am wanting to torture a streamer with redeems. Not you, don't worry. O'clock. Ah. Sounds like a wonderful time. Torture that streamer, bro. Ooh. It sounds like you're doing good work for society. You're doing God's work. We need more people like you in this world. Do I have two? No, I don't have two. Alright. Oh, I'm so close to leveling. How much? Like 4,000. Not resin. Dog ahead. There is a dog. I see him. Pew! Pew! Jumping heavy! I missed. Animal. Die. Animal. There's a lot of me. Oh, I actually get items from you. Hang on. I want to see what's on the other side here. Oh, that's a whole other path. Okay. There's a lot of paths. Go bed, but not before torturing streamer. Waiting for him to get to boss in DLC, then gonna ban him from dodge rolling for 10 minutes. Diabolical. Starlight shards. Are those turtles? Oh. Turtles. I will not harm the turtles. Turtles are friends. I do see an item. Drawstring Royal Magic Grease. Not resin. shit. There we go. He killed one of the most valuable bosses rune-wise, and once I banned him from spending runes for 10 minutes. You're evil. Oh, fuck. Absolutely diabolical. Can I open this? Push lever. Push lever. Gate open. Gate open? Gate open. Is this where I was before? This is... I unknowingly went the right way. Excuse me. Huzzah! Ow. I love doing 3,000 damage per swing. String. None here. Oh, ay, ay, ay. Oh, you're durable. Would be a shame if they did that again. Oh, the fuck are you? Ow, what the fuck? You, stop that. Who did that? Stop. Oh my goodness. Be wary of enemy, but don't give up. Okay. Let's see what's over here. Anything? Items? Any items? Ooh. A ladder. Be you friend or foe? Foe. Dead foe. I think so. Be you friend or foe? Hang on, let me... Can I just see what's over here? Thanks. Staircase. Ooh! Goodies for me. Wolf Crest Shield. Ooh. If I were using a shield build, I would use it, because it has a wolf on it. But I am Unga Bunga. Die! Oh my god, you do so much damage. What the fuck? Oh my god. Fuck. I haven't been eating chips when I die. Fuck. I keep forgetting. Oh. Okay. God, I love chips so much. Oh, you fucking kidding me? Alright, where's that dog? It's like right here, right? I missed. Please, not like this. Oh, thank God. I have so many souls. Oh God, I have to do this shit again. Alright, fine. Ow. 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 Alright. Reveal yourself. I'm out of fucking arrows. Hang on. Alright, now I gotta fight this asshole. Where are my runes? Alright. How am I doing this? By the grace of God, that's how I do this. Oh my God. Fucking up. Dude, no, I lost so many souls. Damn. That was so many. That was actually a lot. That was almost enough to level. I don't know why I was like, I kind of fucked myself up. I was dashing a bunch. I wanted to do that. I don't think I equipped my my two-handed properly. That's a shame. I might have put my other hammer on the back and had the red one out. I cannot believe I lost so many souls to that one guy. Ow. You piece of shit. I'm gonna get you. Ooh, I'm gonna get you. I'm just gonna shoot this guy. My patience has gone thin. That does no damage. Oh, that does no damage. You're an ass. Fuck you. Moonrithiel's Knight's Lord. Cool. Awesome. Amazing. Hey, what's up? Oh, America, I beg, embrace your child, and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on? Well, Renala's cameo. Enhanced attacks executed after maintaining the same stance for a while. Oh. I forgot to give head pats. OMG. Oh, thank you. By the way, for context, I prevented him from dodging during the next boss you will encounter. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Oh. Thank you, Bash Boy. Bash Bush. Bat. I can't speak. Bat. You know what I. Oh, great. Ow. Okay. Thank you, Basewood. Basewood. Fuck me. Base Boost. I get names mixed up. I'm very dumb. I'm just a dog. Please. Please don't kill me. I do greatly appreciate the headpats though. Oh yeah. Is there another one down here? Great. Hang on. Okay. I see I did see Basswood here earlier, so you good. No problem, friend. Thank you. Wait, I want to go up here. Can I go up here? Can't go up here. Okay. Huzzah! Huzzah! Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Alright, I guess I deserve them. Damn, I'm back here? I obtained pants. Hopefully I don't have to fight that guy again. Ow. Come here. Oh my god, come here. Great. Alright, I'm leaving. Is he here? No? Okay, good. Wait, I want to see what's over here. Anything? Nothing. Okay. And then there's this nerd. Ouch! Kimmy! Hi, Kimmy. Hi, Kimmy. Hi, Kimmy. My souls up here? Yeah, they're up here. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and kill you quick. Alright, come on. I'm sorry, doggo. I must do this to you. You know I have to do it to him. Oh, hi. I almost fucking fell off. Ooh. Goodies. Sword key. Oh, great. I got a big bozo here. Big bozo. Meet bigger bozo. No match for my bozo. I am king of bozos. Cammy. It's Cammy. We got a Cammy in the chat. We got a base boost in the chat. And we got a Zetis in the chat. Life is good. Oh. I mean, life is about to be significantly a lot less good. Who is this? Needle Knight Letta. Alright, give me in here. Weak foe ahead. Lovable sort. By the way, the streamer beat the boss second try with summons without dodging. Ooh. I'm just gonna go ahead and use this. Should I mimic Tyr? I'm gonna mimic Tyr. I know this guy. Hang on. Ouch. Come on. Oh. I gotta get out. No! Damn. I don't have the stamina. I was also mid-attack. It's fine. We go again. 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 Wah 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 wah. Big hammer. I go unga bunga. Ready for the unga and the bunga. Bunga binga. Binga bunga. Bunga binga binga bunga binga bunga bunga binga binga bunga binga. Okay, let's do this. Wait. Ouch. Ouch. Hang on, I just want the souls. Alright, you guys take them on. Yep. No way. I don't like that. What is that? Oh my god! What? Holy shit! I must jump. I have to do the jumpies. Gotta go uppies. Gotta go uppies for that one. Oi! Come on, man. Are you fucking serious? That's so much damage. Hang on, let me grab my souls. Damn, you hurt like a bitch. Ah, I fucking knew it too. I hit the dodge button. This boss took me 2 hours to first try. I'm getting it. I'm getting the hang of it. Definitely getting the hang of it. They do so much damage. Oh my god, they do. Wait, I have an idea. Hang on. We're gonna hit him with this. Then we're gonna hit him with this. And then just in case, we're gonna hit him with one of these. All right. Ouch. Come here. I should not have done this. Oh yeah, yeah. Give me a second, hang on. Beat him up. Don't give him a chance. I'm out of stamina. Nice. Remembrance of the Twin Moon Knight. Hell yeah. GG's. I did it. Hooray. Hooray. Can I level? Oh, I can level. Finally get to put 50 into vigor. And that's about it. Praise. The I did it. I did it. And then well done. Ooh. Yep, entirely new area. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I feel like I've only scratched the surface with this area. Gorgeous view ahead. Yeah, you're telling me, man. This is beautiful. Friend? Friend. Howdy.
Hello again. Did you meet my compatriots? They're quite the congregation, from places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless it'd have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Miquella put upon us. This is what allows us to serve together, the work of a living God.
Ask about the horn scent.
Wondering about the horn scent, are you? True enough. In any other circumstance, he'd be at our throats. Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Messmer to purge the Tower folk, a cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the horn scent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest, and in this regard, the Tower folk are no different. They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame.
Monk's missive. May the best win. Who are you?
You have a knack for timing, my fellow. I found the site of a new cross. Take this.
Cross map. New cross map. Oh. Map of cross sites received. Check in inventory.
Miquella has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says the act, though undoubtedly painful, will sear clean the Erdtree's wanton sin. The truth of his claim can be found at each cross, which is evidence enough to earn my belief. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. The blood of your fellows, the Erdtree faithful.
Do I have... I do. Shit, should I use multiple? Hang on.
Happy birthday, you Skulldogs. Much wow.
My birthday was last month, but thank you. Oh, this place is yellow as fuck. So yellow. Wait, where did you say to go again?
Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken
Misshapen Tree of Umbra. I do not know that location. I gotta go here, and I go here. Misshapen Tree of Umbra. Hi, Basswood. Hi, Basswood. Oh. Oh, there's a motherfucker over here. What'd I get? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Nice. Map. Give me the map. Give me the Skadu Outlaws. New map has been found. I know. Oh boy. It's opening up. It's opening up, alright. It's opening up. Oh yeah. Yeah there, bud. The map's opening up there, bud. I don't know why I'm Canadian. A lot of directions we can go. I guess we'll do west first. West. East? I thought you said west. Ow, hang on, hey. There you go. Stop it. There we go. Big man. I killed Big Man. I killed Big Man? I think I killed Big Man. I'm gonna kill Big Man. Wait, is it not here? Where's the weak spot? Ow. That's fine. Teleporter. Let me see what's behind this first. There's like stuff over here, no? No. Have I been there? I have been there. Have I been there? I have not been there. Wait. Castle Ennius. I have been there. Okay. Where are we going? I don't know where I'm going. Ancient ruins. Oh, I'm over here. No, I'm not going over there. You're a big, scary-looking fellow. Must we do battle? I believe we must. Hey, item. I see item. Rah, rah, rah. Rah, rah, rah. Item. Rah, rah, rah. Beast horn. Ow. Oy, oy, oy. What the fuck? Ah, fuck. Missed time. Is there a stake? No? Damn.
It's just standing there, menacingly.
Great. It's okay. I'm about to make him stand a lot less menacingly. Plus, I want my souls back. I'm almost tempted to use the elixir. Almost. Ah, fuck it. Are you fucking me? What? Let it end. Please God, let it end. Let it end. I hate you so much. I actually hate you. Oh, you're a bitch. I can't believe it. I'm bagging you. I hate you. I spit on you. Your mother smells of elderberries. What this? What this do? What this do? Raises defense with higher equipment load. Eh. Is that it? Is that all that's here? Yeah. Alright. How do I get out of here? I think I have to teleport out. Assuming that there's nothing here. Okay. Where am I going? Wait, is that all that's over there? No, there's that thing. I could go that way. Let's go. Yeah, we should probably go that. Let's go here. What do we got over here? Church of the Crusade. Be thine full friend of.
Shalt not evade
God
the
damn it.
flame of Mesmer.
Hang on, give me a second. No way!
Behold,
I was so close. I was so close.
another cancer to thy joy.
So close. So close. Oh, wait, what? It crashed. Amazing. It crashed. Amazing. Amazing. Ooh, thank you. I eat chippy. Chippy. Lead of precision quick. Wait. That flame guy beat my ass so hard, he crashed my game. Phenomenal. I'm feeling it. Yep, these are spicy. Ow. It tastes like pain and lime. It's so good. Alright. I'm gonna go wash my hands and use the bathroom. We're gonna take a quick BRB break. Everybody go get water and all that. You know, things. IBRB. I'm also run ads while we are AFK. Oh god, my mouth is on fire. Ah. Bro, these chips are spicy. I need to drink more water. Okay. All right. Has it been 3 minutes? Are we still in ads? Are we back? Excuse me. All right. Let's go beat up that fire guy. Are you serious?
Shall not evade the flame of Mesmer.
Be. Forsake me not. My grace.
Ash of War Flame Skewer. Prayer Room Key. Is there anything else here? I gotta go down there. I don't know how to get down there though. Oh, I can go from there. Oh. Yeah, it does just lead straight into it. Did I don't think I checked out what was by the water here. So many places to explore. Alright, I'm assuming there's probably a grace by the entrance of this castle, so let's go get that. Here in Elden Ring. Elden Ring. I sure do love Elden Ring. Elden Ring is my... This is a dead end. Elden Ring is my favorite. I do enjoy Elden Ring, actually. What is this? Oh my god. Whoa, who are you? Where did you come from? I fucking missed. Black Knight Greaves. Oh, that's a big fire guy. Yeah, that's a real big fire guy right there. I have to go through him. Damn. Yeah, okay. This area is huge. There's a lot going on here. I'm gonna go back. Cause I wanna finish that lower sector. Plus I can pick up that other map area thing if I head further north. I just wanna complete the I need to follow the water and the, like, what do you call that? Canyon? Little canyon area. Oh, that's right. I never went over there either. I don't think I can explore that from here. I have to cross. Yeah. It's fine. But there is something under the bridge in there, right? Something under here? There is. But it doesn't actually look like there is. Are you serious? I can't use the double jump to break my fall. Damn. What is the purpose of the double jump then? That's not how gravity works. Hello, big fireman. Please leave me alone. Okay. Right? Well, I can go here. What do we have here? Furnace Visage. Run down Traveler's Rest, Furnace Visage. Greater Opponent's Cookbook. I have no idea what that could be. Alright, well that's everything down there. Let's go southeast. Yeah, there's stuff here. Definitely some stuff here. Spread crossbow. Ooh. What do we have over here? What's going on with you guys? How are you guys fighting, huh? I missed. Why is it always betrayal? Oh, you've got to be fucking me. Are you really? Oh, thank goodness. Really had me worried there for a second. Just want to see what else is around here. Nothing else? Okay. Anything? Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Big fat nothing. Oh. Stairs leading to... Is this even another area? It is. We'll have to look at that later. What do we have here? New dungeon. Dungeon number 2. Dungeon, no, oh, actually this is technically like what, dungeon number 3, 4? By grace, if here I see another rock, I shall find out, or I shall find. Of this I have no doubt. The altar of the forge cannot be far. The forge, you say? Oh my god. Oh, this is just like at Baldur's Gate. I've seen this in the trailer. Hit them where they're weakest. Aha. See what you mean. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Uh-oh. No longer sneaky. Offensive. Smithing stones. Gas stone. Try hole. Oh, I see you. I have the feeling this is not gonna work on you. Great. I don't know why I thought it'd be significantly weaker. Or stronger, I mean. Praise the gustering, therefore offer healing. Oh my god! Oh my... Yo! Spicy Ghoul Raid! Yo!
Chicken.
Yeah! Cure! Yo! What the fuck is up, bro? Hi. Hello. I see a hoo-hoo, I see a plague daddy, and I see a cure. Hi. Cure, thank you so much for the raid. Hope your stream was good. Let me give you a shout out. Hi. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. But thank you. My birthday was last month. Hello everyone, I am Blue Skulldog. I'm playing Shadow of the Erdtree today. And I'm also doing a subathon. I eat a shit ton of hot chips if you sub. What else? Yeah, I am a variety streamer. I do single player games I've never played before. I've never done the Elden Ring DLC. Play Daddy, thank you for the follow. To enjoy your time. Yeah. Ow. So, going to the Elden Ring DLC. This is my brawlic, beefy kid character. So is it just for one sub, or yes, every sub I will eat a handful of hot chips? I have so far eaten a good amount of hot chips. And it's spicy. The Goo Father has forsaken me. Well, let me remind myself to kick Bass in the butt later. Oh my god.
He's just standing there.
Plague Daddy! Thank you. Hey, yo, shit, we hit the sub goal. Let's go. Yo. Everyone, thank you.
You what?
I see a whole lot of familiar names on that sub recipient list. Oh, thank you for the treat. Hoo Hoo, Engaging Comic, Dog Toy, Phantom Harik, and Cure. Enjoy those. Well, I enjoy the one emote and the ad reviewing. Hot chaps now. Yep. Now I have to eat a lot of hot chips now. Shit. Now that we hit the sub goal, Lou is gonna shave a jalapenos and shove a jalapeno in his head. No, I'm not doing that. But hi. It's Boba Newt and a Cure. Hello. Cure, feel free to get some post-stream care, my friend. Go get some sleeps, some foods, all that good stuff. Thank you again for the raid, friendos. I'm trying to remember what else am I missing here. I think I've covered all my bases. Well, that's not true. I have to eat a shit ton of hot chips now. All right. So the way I've been doing it is like, I can't just eat just one because that's not enough. Because I do have like some bit of a spice tolerance. I've just been doing like a handful per sub, so now I have to do like 5 handfuls. You're gonna hear a lot of crunching, so I'm gonna move my mic away from my mouth. I spread kindness like the plague. The aftermath of the chips are not part of my doing. Foods, yes. Bed time is a few hours off. No problem, friend. Get that good foods. What chaps are they? I have blue Takis. Good shit always burns twice. This is true. I have to kind of like maintain a sort of spice and also just to kind of snack on. I also have these Pringles scorching hot chili and lime. Those are like my snacking chips. My redemption chips are these Takis. And yo, level 2 hype train. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. All right, I'm eating chips now. Mom. Here, let me. Oh fuck. let me do like a emo. How do I do emotes in this game again? All right, there we go. Enjoy my shirtless wolf man. Yep, I'm feeling it. God damn it. Basswood. I love you, Basswood. Thank you, Basswood. I love you too, Cure. I love you, Who. I love all my friends. Boba Noob. Shoutouts to Cammy. I know you're here. I now have to do another. Okay, well, I did one handful. Now I have to do like 5 more. This is gonna take a minute, so patience. I'm here though. I'm reading chat. This is the part where I kind of wish I could like hand off the microphone to someone else. Be like, here, entertain the folks while I harm myself with hot chips. Ugh. Yo, for that hype train, you'll never guess what emote I just got. It's very fitting. Look at this. That's me with these chips. Bud, you got a mid-level Ohio spice tolerance? How dare you? I have been at this for 5 hours. Alright, well that's 2. Now I gotta do 3 more. Alright, well, sorry, 4. Alright, that's 3. Ah. I love water so much. Was I on 4? I have to do 5 and 6. I really feel it on like the edges of my mouth. Like the parts where like the part where like my upper lip and my lower lip meet, like the right next to my cheek, that's where I feel it the most. That's where it hurts. That and my tongue, obviously. Oh my god. Alright, give me a second. I'm officially in pain. I'm laughing because it helps with the pain. Oh god. Oh god. Fuck. Oh god, it hurts. Thank you. Okay. Let's keep playing. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm okay. I'm okay. Who's throwing shit? Is it you? See you in it. And for those of you who are curious, this is my build. Excuse me. Excuse me. 50 health, 50 stamina, 95 strength. And I'm using two colossal hammers.
We added 3 bits to Kai's power-ups redemption.
Thank you, Kiara. You did good, Pepper. Thank you.
He needs some mark.
First off, item then mine. Some malk. Wait, is this where I came from? This is where I came from. Never mind, I don't need to be here. You know where else I feel it? I feel it in my teeth. There's like a layer of acid on my teeth and it doesn't hurt, but like it's uncomfortable. I feel it. Oh fuck.
I made you.
Oh fuck. I made you a hot pot of Kool-Aid like the fucking old YouTube video? Brother, I made you a hot pot of Kool-Aid. And he's like, I made this for you. I did, because I love you. I make this for you. Yeah, I love that video, dude. That was a classic. Absolute certified hood classic. Scared the shit out of me, Ghost. Who the fuck are you, mate? Get out of here. Great. Ow. Ow. No! Ah! I need more water. I'm out of water. I'm actually out of water. I started this with a lot of water. I blew through it all. To be fair, I blew through all of it like just now with that huge. Lou, would you rather eat more of the spicy chaps, or would you rather eat Randy? Eat Randy? Is this like a setup to like a Randy's nuts in your mouth or something? No. What is Randy? It's by the Hot Pot of Kool-Aid guy. It's a song. Oh. I'm not familiar with that one. Honestly, bro, anything's gotta be better than these fucking chips, man. Give me back my souls. Stop smashing me. Stop. Alright, I don't like you. You're going away. Oh man, then you're just kind of annoying. Okay. Stop it. Oh my goodness. No. Oh, there you go. There's a platform. I live. Oh, that is not a platform. Fuck.
Panic at the Lou Show.
Panic at the Disco. Panic at the Disco. Haven't you heard of closing the goddamn door? Oh, I can go up here. What's up here? Some more slimes. Like that. Smithing stones. Anything down there? Is that important? I don't think it is. Where the fuck am I? Glass shard. Oh, I'm above here. Oh, I'm here. Oh, it's this part. Right? This goes down? Yeah. So I haven't heard of that. Would you... Wait, no, I haven't heard of that. Would you care to enlighten me? Oh. It's this great thing called Panic at the Disco. You know, I always interpreted that one part of 9 in the afternoon. Oh my goodness gracious! That one part of 9 in the afternoon when she's like, where Brendan Urie's like, your eyes are the size of the moon. I always thought that to myself. That's kind of sounds like an insult, you know. If someone was like, yeah, your eyes are the size of the moon, I'm just like, so you mean my eyes are huge? Stop fucking shooting me. Where are my souls? My souls are in the fire, aren't they? Come on, don't let's not do this. Let's not do this, okay? I hate you. With great vitriol. Your eyes are the size of the moon, man. It makes me think of Bugsy from a bedtime story, the Adam Sandler movie. Hey, that's a specific reference. I don't understand. Where are my runes? Did I get my runes? Did I get my runes? Oh, I did get my runes. I'm blind. I'll DM you a pic for reference. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I want to see if this shit back here was important of any kind, right? Have we been here? I have been here. This is not important. This is just a regular fucking place. All right, whatever. My brain is so like fucking bamboozled. All the fucking spice. All right, and they're like a Darth Maul type of fight here, like a Mustafar, Anakin Skywalker type of shit, where we gotta fight like a crazy bad guy. No, just a ooze. All right, well that's disappointing. Already gonna hit to bed now. Night night. Have a great night, Plague Daddy. I'm not just an ooze. These oozes aren't friendly. These are lame oozes. Precious item ahead. Precious item ahead. Here. Examine altar. What do we have? Anvil. Ooh. Ancient dragon smithing stone. Hammer, you say? Now you're speaking my language. Please be a colossal hammer, otherwise I will be significantly disappointed. Oh, let's go! It's a colossal! Smithing art spears? Oh, I also picked up this one. That's just a great hammer, though. Dragon Great Claw, Rotten Staff, gives us real Great Claw, Troll's Hammer. Why can't I use this? It requires Dex, Faith, and Int. Why? But it's... That's not what I wanted to do. But it's so cool. It's just a literal anvil on a stick. Damn, dude, I can't even use this. Cool. Isn't just the ooze the gooey goober that you shouldn't bully because he'll slime. He's gonna slime. I like this. I want to use this, but I'm fucking incapable. What is this to do? That's it? Man, disappointing. Is it because smithing art spears like is a magic thing? I'm assuming that this is a like a one of those weapons that just has like a magic secondary ability. Run, great axe, dex of 10. Damn, dude, I have nothing in dex. My points are legit all in fighting. Is that actually it? Is that everything here? That was kind of lame. I thought this would be a little more. There's got to be another one. There's got to be another one of these. Wrong button. What is that? Tingle. What you tingling over there for? Alright, well that's this area done. Now we go north. We travel along the canyon. Who's that? Oh, just more of those big guys. Oh, there's shit down here. Yeah, there's this whole passageway, but I'll check out what's down here. There be bats. Ooh, dungeon. Dungeon? Oh, that looks like a dungeon. That looks like the battle pass. Oh. Spelldrake Talisman +3. Boosts magic damage negation by the utmost. I kind of like that. I don't know if I'll put it on though. Ooh, a buff shirtless man. Yes, a Sharian wolf. Not just a buff shirtless man, a buff shirtless wolf man. Look, I'm a wolf man. I just don't have a tail or paws. But I am buff and shirtless. Very hot indeed, indeed. Cammy, thank you for the treat. Oh wait, are my redeems not going through? Nope. Alright, hold on, don't stop redeeming things. I must reset. Yeah, they've been broken. No one told me. It's fine, it takes like 2 seconds. Everything is broken. It's not everything. It's just the VTuber Plus redeems. Refund. All right, we should be good now. You are free to do what you wish. Excuse me, gentlemen. What do we have over here? Anything? Ow! Smithing stone. Not really interested in them. Could actually, I don't even think it's possible to go up there. Right? Ow. Oh, that really hurts. Oof, ouch. Yeah, there's no way to get over there. Okay. We gotta fucking skedaddle. Skedaddle.
You what?
Soda. Ah, great. Oh my god. This does no damage. I missed. Oh god. Oy. Who else is here? Wait, what does that say? Underground tomb ahead. Ooh. I do like underground tombs. Oh my. Oh. Significantly less scary. Get the hell out of here. Meta arrows. Damn. Down to my basic shot. Oh boy, here I go. My Skyrim broke and I am sad. No, friend, do not be sad. There's always reloading the Skyrim. Plus, I feel like Skyrim crashing is just kind of part of the Bethesda experience. Do I have... I have this. Should I eat this? I feel like I... Dude. Why can't I go back to the hold? Why can't I go back to the hold? I'm just forced to devour all of these remembrances. I mean, I'm not forced to, but like... Better than hold on and on to all of them fucking... Nang on me, you know what I mean? Start putting points into strength to do 50 100 instead of 90. Because I will be damned if I put any single point into something that's not strength, stamina, or... What the fuck are you? Oh my god, you hurt. What? Are you serious? Oh, that still hurts me. Okay, okay. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have time. This is gonna hurt. I have time. Come here. Oh my god, you have a gun? What are you? I don't like you. Yellow fulgur bloom. Behold fire. Therefore be wary of rushing in. Oh. Yep. That's fire. Oh, you're... Oh my god. Ah! You lying sons of bitches. It says be wary of right, but he's on the left. Oh, hi. Ow. Oh. Uh-oh. Ow. Not like this, not here. Okay. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. Oh my god, you're so annoying. Ancient Dragons Cookbook. First off, up, and then time for down. Oh. Holy shit. Ow. Force ahead, chaos ahead. Yeah, I figured. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I got you. Be there enemies here? Isn't there a sign? No? Okay. Oh, that's where that other guy was. Defeating one by one required ahead. Can I backstab you? Uh-oh. Yes! Smithing stone. Great ghosted glovewort. I don't know what the fuck this is. That's where the spikes are, yeah. This is where the other spikes are. There was a thing back in that other spike area. I would like to obtain that. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. Oh, wait, how do I get... Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I don't know how I can get down there fully. I think I just have to time it from here, right? But then, how do I go from here? Good luck, everyone else. Oh, I see. I just want the item. I just want the item. Have I been here? Have been here. This is the beginning. Praise the message, therefore offer healing. Oh, this is not the beginning. Oh, this is the end. Okay. Okay, I have to use the bathroom. And I'm also gonna get water. I will be right back. Too many hot chips. Way too many. Okay. Fucking hot chips, man. Fucking motherfucking. I wanna. Can I do here? Ahead. Yep, that there is. That there is. Oh, he shoots a shit ton of those. Oh, I figured. Yep. Spike ceiling. Where am I? Are you fucking kidding me? Get off of me! Get off of me! Out. Incantation ahead, of course there is. What else do we have here? Two of them. That's not what I wanted to lock on. Oh yeah. I hate this place. I hate this place. I hate this place like a lot. This place sucks. This place sucks. Electrocharge. Bunch of this shit. What a thrill in darkness and silence, and I fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. Where am I? I'm over here again. Okay. This place fucking sucks. This place fucking sucks. Are you serious? Shadow Realm Rune. Of course. Why am I not surprised? Deeper we go. Level 3. Please be a fucking grace or a boss room. I want to be out of here so bad. This place sucks. Yeah, okay, it's a statue. We got a boss. Lightning ahead. Weak foe ahead. I'm gonna die. I have literally no Estuses. I'm kind of half tempted to throw, just so I can restart here. Yeah, just kill me, bro. Just kill me. Just do it. Okay. Now I just need to not lose those souls. Soda! Hi, Snacks. Hi, Snacks. Snacky Poo. What are you doing, Snacky Poo? What are you up to? Death Knight's twin axes. Crimson Amber Medallion +3. Nice. I love Mimic Tier. Mimic Tier funny. Mimic Tier fun. Why people play game and no use Mimic Tier? Mimic Tier is so fun. Mimic Tier rules. Mimic Tier is fucking rad. Mimic Tier is so rad. So rad. Are we done? We're done with this. Oh yeah, fucking motherfucker! I oughta. Oh, I oughta. Anyway, yeah, we're done here. Ooh, treat. Apple. Thank you. I don't know how to get over there. Or do I? Do I know how to get over there? Excuse me. Let me check something over here. I want to know how to get to that lower canyon water area. If it's even possible. What is? I see a giant, ginormous staircase. Is that really the way through? Fuck me, it is, isn't it? No, it can't be. That's just towards the waterfall. Wait, have I been here? What fucking house is this? Oh, I have been here, okay. This pit is its own area, which would require me to go over here. But what I want to know is how I can get past this area. I'm assuming I'm gonna have to go like way the fuck around in order to access this part of the map. Oh wait, no, it was just through here, right? Wasn't it? No, this was like its own little area. Yeah, that's literally where I just was. This is a separate place. I haven't been able to get over there yet. Alright, well now we have to just go back here. Let's do this south thing over here. Whatever kind of house that is. Because I can't get past further up north to the castle because there's a big fucking fire guy there and I can't kill him yet. Can I level? I can level. Strength. I become big and strong. Level 157. Oh, I can keep leveling health. Nah, I'm committing to the 50-50 100. It's over here. Oh. Over there. How do I... Okay. Big yawn. Big fat fucking yawn. Thick, a dummy thick yawn. Got this asshole over here. What's up? Have I looted this village? Do I need to loot this village? Is there even anything here? There's Grace over here. Do you guys have anything I could steal? Ooh, you had good shit, actually. Alright, I'm gonna go over here. Nice. Nice. Hello, Hatman. Okay. Really? Okay. Morth ruins. Shall we explore the ruins? Yeah, why the fuck not? Talisman ahead, then seek left. Hole ahead. Oh? Who's making noises in here? Hello? Be you friend or foe? Foe? I assume foe. Can I open the door? No, okay. No jumping ahead. Hang on, let me put my hammers away so I can fucking see where I'm going. First off, let's turn back. Shattered stone talisman. What this do? What this do? What this do though? Raises potency of kicking and stomping skills. Oh. How do I get down there? It's not possible. Not unless they give me some fucking fall damage immunity or some shit. Let's find another way. The princess is in another castle. That it for these ruins? It don't really seem like there's much here. Aside from, you know, ruins, right? I hear a dog. Hello, dog. Sorry, dog. The dog was evil. 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 Evil, evil, evil. It's like, I start going senile like Mermaid Man. Evil. Is it possible to go? Actually, I think it is possible to go down there from there. Is there anything else? Oh. Well, I will take that. Let me in. Nice. I almost want to assume that there's something in that building. Assuming that there's nothing in this building. Nope. Nothing but caca. Nothing but poo-poo. Caca poo-poo. Caca poo-poo pee-pee. Uh-oh, stinky. I'm so sorry. Yeah, there's no getting in here. Okay. Let's go to that little area. Oh, hi. White flesh mushroom. String. Dung ahead. First off, behind. Yeah. No enemy ahead. Seek lover. Golden horn tender. I am here in seeking of lovers. Wait, was this it? Behind a card ahead, okay. Oh. Okay, that leads further. Question is that where I want to go? Bunch of these assholes. Yeah, that's true. Let's go that way. Hang on, I want to drink some water. Ugh. I'm starting to feel like shit from all that. I'll admit, I'm starting to feel like shit from all that the spicy food. I love water so much. Oh my god. I feel like I just drank from my Estus flask in real life. I have new life. Reinvigorated. Reanimated. Uh oh, I'm dead. I hate it here. Good job, Lou. Thanks, Snacks. They really make it seem like you can jump down there and live. Okay, I'll take the blame for that one. I'll take responsibility. Golden arcs. Alright. I think that's everything here. Good night, Lou. Oh, Cammy, are you going to sleep? Have a good night, Cammy. Have a wonderful sleep. I will talk to you in the morning, my friend. Snake, 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 snake? Oh, I get it. That's a long one. That's a really long one. Bonnie Village. Where am I? I'm over here. Oh. Actually, I picked up almost, not enough. Don't I have, yeah, I have this guy. Alright, I'm gonna Google how to get to the round table from here, because I feel bad kind of consuming all these remembrances. Wait, what? No way. Oh my fucking god, there's a show lands between map. Can't believe there was a button for it the whole time. Alright, what do I get from this? The dude's twin blades and a spell. Alright, I can just eat this then. Elden Ring. Oh boy, I can't wait to Elden those rings. I'm gonna... Ow! You asshole. What the fuck? You've got to be kidding me. Kindly fuck off. Hang on, hang on, hang on. What, do I knock out that guy's weapon? He was doing something over there. Kiriki. Bonnie butchery knife. Oh, found it. What else do we have around here? That it? No, that's not. Well, I gotta go to the other side. Can I make that with a horse? I think I can. Oh. Yep. Son of a bitch. Why did you switch target? come on, let's not do this. How far back am I? Oh, I'm just back here. Okay, all right. I can just go around here. Where was I? Oh, I did it over there. Over here. I got it. What? Wait, there's an oh, there's this shit over here. I can make that, but I can also just go over here. I'm not gonna make that. Oh, I made it. I'm not going to deal with the rest of you. Oh, God damn it, it's another one. It's just really those knife guys who scare me. With the red names. There is nothing in here. Oh, hi. Come on. That's the wrong button. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Okay, I'm putting on the other hammer. You son of a bitch. God, fuck. I was trying to do my Ash. But instead I just kept kicking. Hang on, let me see something. Ah, yeah. How do I have to two-hand it in order to get that thing out? That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, whatever. I don't think there's anything of value over here. This is fucking dog. Oh yeah. Beast blood. Ah, stop it. Come here. Living jar shard, human bone shard. Living jar shard, and my shit. Precious item ahead. Where am I? Actually, where am I? Oh, okay. I'm in like a little crevice over here. I see a dog. A dog that must die. Oh, you're a thick one. Oh, fuck. But you're a dead one. Alright, what do we have? Please be a blessing. Ah, Revered Spirit Ash. I don't even... Wait, what is that? What is... Huh? Oh, it's this. Bolsters. Oh, it's that. Oh, okay, I know what this is. All right, I mean, I guess that is useful. Where am I going? All right, well, I'm done with whatever the fuck this is. I'm gonna go like up that way. Go further past the bridge, or we can go south. I say we go south. Explore whatever the fuck this is, and then we make our way up here. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright. Alright. Can't fucking see. Because my own hammer's covering the damn... my own screen. Oh! I don't need to fight you guys, right? We're chill, right? We're cool. Yeah, we're guys. Come on. Fellas. Is there anything over here? Aside from the entrance to whatever the fuck dungeon that is. Nope, just the dungeon entrance. Wonderful. Oh my god. Please don't fuck with me. Ah! You fucked with me. Bonnie Gal. Gale. It's a Gale. Fuck's a Gale. Alright, yeah, it's that thing. Can I level? No. 173, fuck, you know. 173k to fucking level. Alright, what do we got over here? Oh my god, more of these fucking flesh ball people. Nasty. I missed. Ah! There you are. Frozen maggot. I swear, I'm picking up so many things. I don't even know what they do. I've picked up actually like an astronomical amount of items so far that I have no clue what they do. Temporary boost. Item discovery. Boosts rune acquisition for a time. Restores HP, but also poisons the user. Throw at enemies to inflict damage. What else have I picked up so far? Actually, I guess that's kind of it, right? I think the rest is kind of been like cooking shit. Crafting. I barely craft. I can make a big bomb. What is this? Hefty fire pot? Could make big bomb. Big bomb funny. I like big bomb. Big bomb's probably cool. Ooh, I could make more bolts actually. I actually have a lot of crafting materials. Holy shit. I mean, go figure, right? I barely touch crafting. I don't think anyone touches crafting. I feel like a lot of people really just kind of don't touch crafting. I guess it's because, I don't know. If you need a resource. A whole lot of people like run resource required builds, I feel. Aside from like mana, but that's... Holy shit. Ow. I figured. Huzzah! You're kidding. Bonk. Bonk. Alright, who else is getting bonked? Alright, well, here we go. Alright, what's down here? Evil? What kind of evil we got down here? I'm expecting great evil. Time for head. Okay. Which way should we go? Down or up? Let's go up. Oh yeah, you fucking rat scared the shit out of me. I just see this little fucking furry ball thing skittering up towards me. I'm like, what the hell is that? Oh my god! It's the Rat King. Be wary of water. Chaos ahead. Okay. What do we have over here? Smithing stone. First off ladder, but we wary of surprise attack. Be wary of ambush. Alright, I'm guessing this is the way out. The proper way to proceed. So we must backtrack. We must backtrack. Dung ahead. You weren't fucking... Oh, you weren't lying. Oh, you weren't lying. Oh, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Magic. I didn't do shit. Oh my god, are you serious? And again. Oy. And again. Back it up. 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 Item ahead, but why is it always done? Yep. Item. 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 Time for more jump and roll. 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 Jump. I think I can just kill you, right? Yeah, I can just kill you. I need stamina. Alright, there you go. Really? All that for a broken rune? That's disappointing. Wait, was this path always here? This is a separate path. Never mind. There is more. Are there more of you? No, okay. Are there more of you? It looks... No. Okay, I'm fucking seeing... Oh, there are more. Oh, goodness. I'm just gonna run past you. I don't have time for this. It takes me like 7 years to kill you. You wary of... Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you can say that again. Just gonna go ahead and pick up this. Thanks for that. Invigorating cured meat. Try jumping. I'm okay. I feel like this is where I would fight, like, the king slime. The Giga Ooze. The God Ooze. Instead, there's just a big pot guy. A dead big pot guy. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on. Mustache support. Hey. I love how it sends him flying. Bonk. 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 That it? No, hang on. There's a dude sleeping over here. Die. Broken room. There's an item back there too. Item. I sure do love me items. Praise the healing, therefore offer message. Time for healing. Oh, yeah. Die. Oh god, not this again. Stop it. Get some help. I hate that tiny bit of health that I'm missing. I wish there was like a small recovery item that isn't Estus. There isn't there? I feel like there is one, isn't there? Maybe I'm crazy. Hang on. Is there a thing that like heals for like a very itty bitty bit? No, there's just stamina things. Excuse me. Yeah, I can use this blessing of. I don't know if this is a one-time use though. Hang on. Switch view? No. Switch display? Special physic blessed by America, the queen of the Erd tree, completely restores HP and heals all ailments. America once created several of these physics for Mesmer's sake, but never again. Is this one-time use, or does this refill with Estus, or with the flasks? because it's up here with this flask, it makes me think as if though it is a flask, and it gets restored upon grace. But it's hard to tell. I can eat a rune arc. I got like fucking 30 of these. Hang on. That does make me feel a little bit better about myself. Actually, it reminds me of, what is it? It reminds me of the first Tomb Raider game with all the immortal Japanese soldiers. Hey, what's up? Bonk. 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 Money, 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 money. Money, money, money. Oh, yeah, yeah. You son of a bitch. Open. I don't trust this. Bonk. Bonk. Big hammer go bonk. First off, up. Brief respite required ahead. Stay calm. In short, seek up. Fuck you mean seek up? Let me guess, this moves? Yep. Bonk. Fuck. First off, up and then seek armor. Up and then seek armor. Should I have stayed on that pot? Is this not a button? This is a button. Unclear. Although, actually, it is clear. I don't know. I worry. Oh, there is an up. Ooh. Helm of Night. Armor of Night. Helm of Night. Nope, not as good. But these. I think it's these, right? Yep, nope, not as good either. Alright. Not as good. It's not a. Oh! Oh, okay. I thought I got grabbed. Oh, Shield of Night. Wait, is it not here? I think it's here. I think it's a literal shield, right? Oh no, wait, I thought that was like a medallion thing. Yep, it's a shield. Revenge of the Night. Cool. away. Oh, I guess I'll just go down the way it came, right? Elevator pod. Activate. Alright, what do we got here? I see blood stains. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I love my build so much. First off, lift up. Okay. I don't know. There's just something about the serotonin that these two hammers bring me. Oh, you son of a bitch! I go Unga, and then I go Bunga. I call the left one Unga and the right one Bunga. And I go Unga Bunga. There was a stream I watched who did a few points in HP, then the rest went into strength. Sounds like they know what they're doing. Sounds like they're doing a pretty good job. This is a boss fight. Do I have? Yeah. I think I'm fine. I'll just flask it up. Maybe Mimic tier. I'm not above Mimic tiering. All right, where you at? Okay. Okay. Damn, dude, my Mimic's going crazy. I don't even need to Mimic. I can just fucking fight. I'm just gonna fight that guy. I don't need a Mimic. I can just fucking fight that guy. That guy has like no health. He's just fast. I need my souls though. I need to not lose my souls. I think it was Dark Souls 3 who did who dual weld colossal greatswords. He always ran the colossal greatsword. Listen, not enough people use colossal weapons. They're so fun. You press one button and you do damage. Yep. Oh, you son of a bitch! What the hell was that? Ouch, ouch, ouch! Oh, I can summon him. That's cool. I kind of wish I got like their move set as opposed to just being able to summon them, but I guess that's still cool. I don't know, man. I'm not. You ain't never gonna see me drop this fucking Mimic tier. I missed. Can you even have more than one summon at a time? Like, if you summon one, does the other one go away? I don't actually know. I used to use, I think it was the octopus or like the dogs before I got the mimic. Where am I? Have I been here before? I have been here before. This is the way I came from. That's the exit. Colossal big hammer weapon. I go bonk bonk. I go unga and then I go bunga. Right, damn dude, that's just even like one place that I went to. I don't even I still have to go like over here. I still have to explore this place. Well, this is the natural way to proceed on up. So, I mean, the alternative would be to actually just kind of push through here and then not fight the fire guy, just like literally run past him. I could probably horse my way past him, but I just want to see what's down here. How about you yoinky and then you splinky? Hit him with a yoinky splinky. South. I do want to know what is southwest. There's like a lake here, a building here maybe. Let's see what that's about. Let's check it out. Lobster. Is it a laser lobster? Does this shit shoot lasers at me? It better not shoot fucking lasers at me. Our battle will be epic. Oh, you son of a bitch. Great, and his homie's shooting lasers. Ah, fuck. Yeah, fucking derpy-eyed looking sons of bitches. Piss lasers. They're shooting me with their piss. Not so shrimpled now, is it? Talk about a shell in a hard place. Alright, let me get the souls first, and then I'll kill you. You son of a bitch. Alright, get over here. Oh, you son of a bitch! That really hurt. Oh, fuck. Yo, chill. Alright, now you die. Oh, you're heavy. Oh, yeah. Ouch. What are you gonna do? Shoot me with a laser, huh? Fuck you. It's only scary because they're so fucking huge. They really did kind of fuck me up though. I'm not gonna lie. I just got my ass kicked by lobsters. Who shoot laser beams. I got so worried we were gonna crash there for a second. Also, I have enough... Fuck, that's not what I want to do. I have enough souls to level, so we should do that. What are the rata fruits for? Are you friend or foe? You're foe. You have to be foe. There's no way you're friend. Oh, you're friend. Holy shit. I almost killed you. Oh. Forge or Brood cookbook. Firefly, thank you. Thank you. I straight up was just gonna kill you. You're evil. You're evil. Yep, you guys are evil. Okay, hang on. Okay. New dungeon? Dungeon number 2. Damn, dude, I just got out of another dungeon and now I'm doing another one. All right. Let's do it. I like this. This DLC is full of dungeons. It's just dungeons. It's kind of like really just kind of like just dungeons, I feel. Oh, it's a fireplace. Is this the place where I get the cool pillar fight scene from the trailer? I want the cool pillar fight. Dungeons and dungeons, exactly. Except there's no dice. Where's my dice? Do I have anything else of value that I need to... I'll hang on to those. Do I have a rune arc active? I don't. Let's activate this. It's because I have like 50,000 of these. I'm hoarding resources for no reason. Excuse me. I need to use them. I must use my resources. Hey, you. Eat this. And this. This does no damage. Oh, bye. Okay. Gas stone. What does this do? I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh, it just opens. Oh, you. This fucking. Smith Script Spear. I need better throwing shit. I feel like the magic shit that I'm throwing is like garbage. Maybe that's where crafting comes in. If you want like actual useful throwables, you didn't make it. Hey-ya! Why do you have 1 health? That worries me. Why do you have 1 health? Who here gave that guy 1 health? Oh, you're a big motherfucker. Oh, yeah, you're a big motherfucker. It's the rock dudes. I hate these guys. You throw lava? Really? Ouch. That really hurt. Be wary of, right? Oh yeah, you're so right about that. Rump ahead? I'm gonna see what's over here first. Where you have left. Oh, you got that right, buddy. You got that right. Can I? What a thrill. Oh god, my back hair. Why is it glowing? Why is my hair glowing? Fire head. Sniper head. Oh. Alright, let's do this. Ow! Ow! Hey, what's going on, buddy? I fucking missed. Ouch. Ah, come on, man. Listen, we can be sensible about this. Silver smithing stone. So many smithing stones, dude. I am swimming in these things. Oh, is this the spike thing? This looks like a spike thing. No? No spike thing. Here. I don't trust this. Yep. Oh, there's one over here. Alright, now they're gonna start shooting at me. Oh, melee. Uh-oh. Are we done? Okay. Smithing talisman. Ooh. What this do? What this do? What this do? Where is it? I can't see. I'm blind. I'm blind. My ass is blind. Oh, there it is. Enhances weapon throwing attacks. Oh. Okay. Here. I already read this. There's one behind me in there. Aha! You son of a bitch. This asshole. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna... Ouch! Anything else around here? No. Is this where I came from? It is. Yes, I came from that way. And I was over there. I remember. I may be a dog, but I have some semblance of a sense of direction. Ambush ahead, therefore try crystal. Crystal? What do you mean crystal? I mean this crystal? That didn't do shit. Crystal my... Oh. Oh, that's what you mean. I was gonna say crystal my ass, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, there's two of them. Man. Ouch. Other one's asleep. Ouch. Too late. Ouch. I am so bad at fighting these guys. I always take damage. They're so slow. Their attacks are so telegraphed, but so are mine. Ooh, a thing. Hang on. Ow. I'm also not going to the back. There we go. That's much faster. Hang on, what was the thing I got? Was that a talisman? Yes, it was this, right? Raises focus. Clarifying horn charm, right? What is focus? Mana? That is death. That's death. Is that it? No way, this is the end of the dungeon. Is this really the end? It cannot be. Did I come from there? Did I come from here? Dude, I'm so lost. This map is useless. I'm just gonna go over here. Are you friend or foe? Are you dead? Yeah, you're... Oh, you're not dead. No, you are dead. Yeah, you're dead. I killed you. Is this the right way? I'm having second thoughts. This is the exit. Is that really it? Hang on. No way. I mean, it has to be, right? I feel like I'm missing a corridor. But maybe that's just me. I'll be entirely honest with you. All this spicy food has kind of like actually rotted my brain a little. I have lost skill points in that were invested in my sense of direction skill tree. If that makes sense. Yeah, I was here. Okay, we're done here. I feel like I have like a permanent debuff. Call it like food burn. It's like -2 to intelligence. Actually, it's what, 1300 I have. I need 17. I might be able to make that. Hang on. Stop it. Never mind. I don't think I can make that. No. All right. We were here. Right, we were gonna go down this way. I remember. What a thrill. I'm gonna drink some water while we go up this ladder. Oh, fuck. I just dropped my controller. Oh, I'm out of arrows. That's not possible. And I wrong button. There we go. Actually, I don't need my. Excuse me. Excuse me. I hear a shiny. Why do I hear a shiny? Is it up here? Oh, it's you! Damn, I haven't seen you in a long time. I hear giant noises and a tree just fell down over there. I'm scared. What the fuck is that? Is that a dragon? It's another undead dragon. Sick. Hang on. Dude, those zombie dragons are cool as fuck. I just want another Grace. Hello, Mr. Oh god. Ah, I don't like you. I don't like you. Oh nope. 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 Noping out of that. Noping out of there. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, there's this place. There's no Grace here. Where's the nearest Grace? I feel like there should be a Grace like somewhere out here, right? Maybe that's the challenge, right? It's gotta be. Alright, how many? I've got some souls. I don't want to lose these. I can fight the dragon first try, right? Yeah, I can fight that fucking dragon. Alright, let's go kill him. If anything, that'll give me the appropriate souls I need to level. Oh, they're fighting big guys. The perfect distraction. No! There's too much on the screen. I can't even see what's going on. Damn, I did a lot of damage to him though. Fuck, I gotta get my runes back. And I'm back here. Is there no better place to be? I think we go over there. I have to be outside though. I'll admit, those other people are actually a bit more of a hindrance than they are help. I went for the third swing because I'm like, maybe I can get away with this scot-free, but no. Answer was no. I don't get away with shit scot-free. We don't get shit in this world. Should I just let them fight? I'm almost half tempted to let them fight. They're not doing any damage. Oh my goodness. You guys aren't even scraping this guy. You can do it. Go get him. No, you're actually doing no damage. Oh boy. Oh, leave me alone. Oh, you asshole. They could take a lot of hits though. Oh no, he's doing damage. Really what I want him to do is just get rid of the front line dudes. Because they're just gonna be pestering me while I'm hitting him. Oh yeah. Yep, that's most of them. Okay, I'm going in. Ow. Annoying sons of bitches. Where you going? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? That did all my health. Oh my god. Pain. Damn, I think my runes are in like a worse spot now. Should I just kill all the little guys? Repeating crossbow. Ooh. New crossbow for me? I hope I can use this. It'd be nice if I could use this. I'm gonna let him do some of the work. Hang on, he's free. If he's open, I'm gonna go for it. Oh my goodness gracious, you're annoying. You're a fucking... Oh! I'm helping you. I am helping you. Never mind, man. I should just leave these guys to die. Fuck these dudes. These guys suck. Ow! Ow! Oh, no, you don't. I'm just gonna go ahead. You know what? You guys have fun. You guys have fun with that. I'll be. Oh, okay. See, this makes me feel a lot better about this. how much do I actually need to level? Okay, let me just like kill whatever the fuck's in this castle, and then I will. I just want the level, dude. I just want the level. I just want the level. Oh, you're a dangerous looking guy, aren't you? All right, hang on. I might have to. All right, let's do this. Oh, never mind. You're fucking nothing. You are bringing me closer, though. You are bringing me closer to my objective. Please be a soul. Fuck. All right, that's fine. What are we at? 15. Precious item ahead. There's no way he's the only guy here. Dung? Oh, Dung. That worries me. Oi. Oh, hi. Oi. What do we got over here, huh? What do we got over here? A broken. Who the fuck are you? You flaming son of a bitch. So what's up? So what's up, bro? Yeah, that's what I thought. Ooh, and another grace. And another grace. Weak foe ahead. Weak foe ahead. You're not weak, are you? Oh, but I'm so close to it. Hang on. Oh wait, no, I still have the buff on. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say I was gonna go back for the elixir, but I still have it on. Oh, you're not a weak foe. Oh my god, I was lied to. Fuck you. Shit, did I touch the grace? I don't think I touched the grace. I think I'm an idiot. Did I forget? Oh, fuck me. Of course. I will admit, as much as I do love my build, I get hard countered by duelists. Like proper duelists. Like that guy, I have a feeling he's gonna give me a really hard time. Oh wait, did I go down? I don't think I went down last time. Yeah, because there's a thing here. Of course. Oh, you sons of bitches. Not like the, oh, I'm fucking... Of course. Of course. Fucking body blocks. Son of... Scream. I scream. If it weren't for the fact that it's super late at night, I would scream. Curse you, Miyazaki! Well, there goes nearly 1,700 down the fucking drain. And there was a rune over there. Alright, well now I just want to kill that guy in that room. Fuck you. Dipshit sons of bitches. Fucking... Can you? Thank you. Piece of shit. Oh, you made me mad. You made me mad. I'm angry. I'm angry now. My brows, my eyebrows. I have angry eyebrows. Alright, get the fuck over here. Fuck. Of course. Yep. Ah. That staircase threw me off so hard. It's fine. Piece of shit. 80,000, really? Aspects of Crucible wins. Listen, okay, maybe I am salty about losing those souls, alright? I'm allowed to be. Battlefield Priest's Cookbook. Oh, this is gonna kill me. Oh my god. Can I just... Alright, I guess not. Well, we're done here, so... Excuse me. Alright, let's go kill that fucking dragon now. starts to explode. Oh, wait. Yeah, why not? You're such a piece. Oh, you've got to be fucking me. Genuinely fuck off. Oh, genuinely fuck off. Nope. Oh, right. Torrent died. Where are you? What the hell? I hate that you can do that. I genuinely hate that you can do that. Move, you stupid. Oh my god, I killed my mimic. Hooray, distraction. I missed. I missed. Get off the damn horse! Whatever. You've got to be fucking me. Pain. I feel nothing but pain. Okay. That's this area cleared. There's this area, whatever the fuck's over here. Yeah, I guess. After that, we're done with this sector. Oh, wait a minute. By the grace of God, I will make it to 100 strength. Or so help me. Like over here, right? There's a bear over there. Yeah, okay. We're in the right place. What do you think? Oh, there's just a giant bear in the middle of the lake. Isn't that nice? Leather crown, highland attire, leather wraps. Anything else around here besides bears? Nope, just bears. Bears, bears, and more bears. And then we have the fucking God King Bear over here. Alright, let's do it. Okay, you're... Ow. Whoa! I have not gotten the chance to even hit you. Okay. I missed. Of course. What? I dodged. Oh, it's a steak. Nice. I mean, he definitely fights like a big bear, right? Too late. That's gonna hurt. Yeah, that hurts. Come on, man. Okay. I give you 1 second. Damn it. He's so much faster than me. So much faster than me. I have an idea. I don't want to use Mimic Tear unless it's a last resort. Ooh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, come on, you didn't give me any time. Fuck. You. I did it. Oh, Pelt of Ralph. Pelt of Ralph. How many souls was that? Ooh, that's another level. All right, that's this area clear. Now we go around here, wrap up this way. I always forget that that's like a move that I can do, you know? I'm so like unga bunga pilled. I forget that Ashes of War are a thing. And that I have like a really strong Ash of War on this weapon. What do we have over here? May I help you, friend? For pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Nigh sainthood itself awaits you within. For Shabans like you, this is your lot. Life were you accorded for this alone. Ooh, tooth web. Oh, no, nothing. Nothing I can do here. Okay. Actually, hang on. Let me use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna let's ads play while we're AFK, and well, yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna use the bathroom. Everyone, go get water and all that. Excuse me. I have return, or I will return. I will return. Okay, I'm back. I have a cat here. Hello, cat. Freya. Kitty wants attention. Kitty wants attention. Kitty want attention? Little kitty. The cat desires attention. If the cat does not receive attention, the cat becomes restless. Ain't that right, kitty? Ain't that right? What are you doing? She's just kind of rubbing her face all over my computer. She's claiming it. She's like, this is mine. This computer, it's not yours. This computer is mine. There's a silly little kitty. So silly. So silly. Absolutely silly. Okay. We have all of this. Yawn. Big yawn. Alright, I'm thinking... Here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking we do this trail that leads upwards to the castle. We do whatever the fuck building this is. I feel like there's probably gonna be something over here. And then the trail ends here. I don't know what this is. I want to say we should end stream when we get to the actual main castle itself from the side here. I'm assuming this is a side entrance, but once we get inside, I think... excuse me, I think that's a good place to stop it. We've made significant progress already. I have done all of like zone 1 and like zone 2. I feel like all of this up here is like... Actually, I would count this as part of zone 2. I feel like once we get past here, this is like... this part itself is probably going to be its own zone, like zone 3. Probably like also part of zone 3, and all this is part of zone 4, I feel. And, you know, we haven't even touched whatever the fuck's outside of this place, man. I don't even know what the fuck the rest of this is. What the fuck is that? Somewhere a great rune is broken. And so too has a powerful charm. Should I be concerned? Motherfucker, you scared this shit. Why are you so loud? It's just wolves, it's fine. Wolves. Oh, great. Do you know I'm here? Come on, do the thing. Yes. What is the point of going up here? Oh, it's so bad. Oh god, it's so bad. It hurts. What is... I'm guessing I have to do like some kind of thing. I have to do is he has like a weak spot at the top of his head, right? I'm guessing that's what that's for. It's for me to kill him. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't really think I'm strong enough. I don't feel confident in fighting those guys. Aren't they like literally the hardest enemy in the DLC? Is there just wolves here, man? Come on. There's really just wolves. This whole place is full of wolves and then the random fire dude. I mean, I guess when the time comes for me to finally kill one of them, it's probably gonna be that one, considering it's so easy to get to the top of his head. Ooh, I see Grace. I see Grace. I see Grace. Grace. Lost Grace discovered. Oh, can I go up here? Oh, nice. Oh. Alright, let's do this building. Then we go over there to do that building. And I'll probably call it. I will admit, I am getting eepy. I am getting eepy. Rather eepy. I am getting rather eepy. I am but rather an eepy dog. Even dogs need a sleep, man. Why am I allowed to be on the horse in here? Try rolling. I have a horse. Destruction! Oh my god, it's actually real. Dude, they bullshit you with these so many times. What is this? Somewhere a spirit spring has been unsealed. Okay. Go eep, funny puppy. I eep later. I eep in a minute. Oh. I eep in a minute. I just need to do the. I'm just gonna do these two little buildings, and then I eep. I go eep. I'm eepy. Hello? Okay. If I fall from here, will I die? It's probably gonna hurt. Wee! Oh my god. Holy shit. Why would you dismount like that? Ooh. What the fuck? Alright. Sheesh. I got a cannon. Yeah, I'm gonna not fall down that way. Let's not do that. Yeah, that's the elevator. Okay. I figured it out. Indoor horse riding. Indoor horse riding. Is there anything else around here? No. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like a whole lot of hoopla. Ooh, a turtle. Let me guess. Dog? It's gonna say dog in it. Likely dog. It's a dog. Ah. Wait. Where'd the other one? Oh, for fuck's sake. Ah, dog. It's a dog. Funny looking dog. Okay. That is a cavern. Canyon. Whatever. Same thing. Alright, well that's building 1 down. Yeah, that is a secret. Yeah, that's a mountainside entrance to the main castle for sure. Oh my god, it's these guys. Ugh. I remember you. You suck. Pain in my tuchus. I don't like how open this field is. Oh. Cathedral. Open sesame. Oh, you're boss. Fuck. Wait, can we not start yet? Hang on. Wait, flask? Why can't I drink my flask? Are you not foe? Or are you friend? Be you friend or foe? Friend.
Well, we don't often receive visitors. I am Ymir. Welcome to Manus Meta. It is a pleasure to have you. In lands so forsaken as these, chance encounters are precious indeed. Seeing that we have convened here on this day, allow me to mark the occasion with a modest offering.
Oh. Ruins map. Map to old ruins received. Checking inventory. Wait, there was I never read this one. Hang on, what is this? Message left by Needle Knight Lydia, or Leda, addressed to kindred spirits who may also pursue. Wait, no, I did read this one. Oh no, I didn't read this one. Kind Mikola seeks the tower sealed by shadow and the gate of divinity found there, and if we are to reach him, we must burn the tree that seals the path, and for that we require a flame. And then there's this that I never read. A letter bearing a terse message and an illustration of a monk, his hands held together. Seek me to the east if you wish to pursue the way of the warrior. When you find me, you will challenge me to a bout. There is no need for words. To the east. I don't think have I fought you? I don't remember. Right, and then there was the cross map. New cross map. Ruins map. The ruins? Which ruins? I've already passed some ruins. Are these new ruins?
The map I gave you charts the site of a hallowed ruin. It is said that after sounding the hanging bell there, one's fate will be guided by the stars. I only wish to be of service, to help those who fight for their purpose. I'm not mistaken, am I? I can see it in your eyes. You are a fighter, are you not? Is something the matter? I've given you a map to the hallowed ruin. Oh, I suppose you expect a lesson of me, do you? I know the feeling. Those with purpose are nothing if not ravenous. For power. For truth.
Study sorcery. New magic. Conceals itself in a glintstone haze. Great glintstone shard. Oh! Cal! Yo! What's up, Cal? It's Cal.
Chicken.
Yo. What's up, bro? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I'm gonna go beach. Shut up. Everyone, go give a follow to the lovely Head Sifter, aka Cal. Lovely mountain lion who plays a various assortment of games. I believe lately you have been playing Escape from Tarkov, right? EP plus the EFT Escape from Tarkov AI is more ridiculous than the average Tarkov player. Ah, been doing that PvE, right? Hell yeah, bro. Are you gonna? I'm curious. Are you interested at all in the Helldivers update that's coming out tomorrow or today, technically? I get they want it to be challenging, but it feels like they're hacking Lamau. They gave the mistake of giving artificial intelligence a gun.
Oh yes, do mind your feet around the church. You wouldn't want to hurt the little boy.
But yeah, hello. How's it going, friends? I am currently doing the Shadow of the Erdtree Elden Ring DLC. I've made some good progress. I've kind of been at this for a while already. I'm all tired. I'm probably gonna wrap up in a bit. But I'm gonna hang around for a little bit longer. Okay, where are we at home? Is this? What is this? Map required ahead, then try night. Behold Cemetery. Maybe I'm happy they're buffing stuff, but I'm also like, meh, I kind of enjoy other stuff at the moment. Buffs arrive pretty late. You are correct on this. I don't blame you. You bring up good points. You're a beloved child taken before his time. Oh. Yeah. I'm interested to see what the actual full patch notes look like, because they're just saying some buffs, but me personally, I'm not really gonna be satisfied if it's just some buffs, you know? I want like a lot of buffs, and even then I feel like Arrowhead has an issue of like, when they say they're buffing something, they buff it by like a smidge. They hate big numbers. They hate bringing things up by big numbers, and it's like, why, man? Give me some big numbers. Big numbers are fun. But I guess we will have to see what they do. I will probably be giving it a look. But it is what it is. If anything, it'll probably just keep me playing for like 3 days, maybe a week. Because I've hit level 100 and I've unlocked everything, so I've hit that point where like I feel like I've done it all already. Now I'm just waiting. I just want to see if I can like bring more useful. I want to see if I can bring other things that aren't the current like most effective things to higher level missions. I'll take an overcorrecting at this point. I liked Helldivers because it felt like power play. If I want a challenge, that's why I'm on Tarkov. Yeah, true. And even if and even then, if people want a challenge now, they have that level 10 now. They have level 10 difficulty, and that shit's fucking annoying. I mean, like it is hard, yes, but like what makes it annoying is the fact that like we really aren't like in power as much as we used to be. But maybe that'll change. According to like some dev diaries, they say that they want to like they do want to overcorrect things so that they can be in a position of like if something needs to be toned down. I forgot what the right like exact phrasing is, but it's something like they would rather be on like they would. I'll have to rack my brain. They would rather be at a point where like if something is too much, then they can scale everything like around it, as opposed to like bringing that one thing down. And plus they've also had like a bunch of dev diaries on like how they like are like changing their philosophy on balance and all that. A lot of talk though, a whole lot of talk, whole lot less doing. This is really the first time we're gonna see them doing something. Well, we'll see. How have you been though, friend? I hope you're doing well. Actually, you're probably tired, right? After streaming, go get some post-stream care, homie. Go get some rest. Go get some food, some water, use the bathroom, stretch, do all that. Post-stream care. Yeah, they just needed to ask why we preferred certain guns. Here's to like a month from now, they're gonna be like, oh, actually, some of the changes we made were actually a little too drastic, so we're toning things down and we're nerfing shit again. Like, I don't know, man. I'll believe when I see it. I feel like that's kind of like the whole mentality that like the entire like community has. There's been a lot of, you know, we'll believe it when we see it on like Reddit and the Discord. Horse? Ah, horse. Horse. Where am I? Oh, I'm like right here. We're like inside the castle now, right? Yeah, we're like in here. Why is there a stake here though? Shadowkeep Church District. Oh, this place is flooded as fuck. Hi, hello Joseph. Do you already? Okay. Get the fuck out. Shadowkeep. Oh, that's what this place is called. Look at this fucking what do you call it? This Isengard looking ass place. Alright, we have done everything from there to there, from there to there, there to there. Bum ba bum ba bum 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 bum. Alright. Not to mention all the dungeons we've done so far. And we finally made it to the Shadow Keep. So thank you again, Cal, for the raid. Unfortunately, I have been going on for about 9 hours, and I've made a lot of progress. I'm gonna leave the Shadow Keep for next time. I'll be back with this. I do intend on finishing this. I'm having a lot of fun. It's fun. It's challenging. I'll give you that. I feel like I'm playing Elden Ring again. All right. Yup. I'm definitely playing Elden Ring again. Okay. Everyone, thank you so much for the subs again. We got a decent amount of subs. What else am I thinking? What day is it today? Or technically tomorrow or Tuesday. Okay. I am going to stream tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean when I break up, because my sleep schedule is trash. Anyway, I might do Helldivers. I'm probably not gonna do Fortnite. I think I'll pass on the Fortnite. I'll be real with you. I've been playing too much Fortnite. I'm so incredibly burnt out. Plus, I'm really itching for some PvE. So I'll probably do Helldivers maybe like the first half of the stream. Maybe second half of the stream I'll come back to and do some of this. Or maybe I'll just play Helldivers for the... Maybe tomorrow will just be like a co-op multiplayer shoot the shit kind of day. But yeah. Alright, let's see who we can raid out on. Turn my AC off. This shit's cold and my rush cold in here. Alright. I gotta be real with you, my tummy hurts. All this spicy food kind of makes my tummy upset. I have an upsetty spaghetti tummy. I'm gonna take some like Tylenol, and then I'm gonna probably like lay down. I'm not gonna go to sleep though. Thank you all for coming to this stream. Does anyone have any recommendations for people? I have nothing. I have no one. Actually, I do have someone. Hang on. I don't know them personally, but I've rated on them before, and they seem chill. Seem like a friendly face. Thanks for the stream, dude. No problem, Cure. Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, let me just make sure that this loads. Oh my goodness. Who was that? ZRM70. Hello. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Alright. / raid. Did I spell that correctly? Yes, okay. This is but wait, hold on, let me just double check. Hang on. I'm sorry, I know. Hang on. Let me just double check something. Okay, I'm indecisive. I know. I take a long time to end stream. It's because I'm trying to make sure everything's okay. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure. I'm just listen. Okay. All right. This is Picho S. They have a very cute pink lion. Sona. They are currently playing Overwatch 2. Let's show some friendly faces to the kind being. What should the raid message be? Let's do. I'm gonna recycle yesterday's because I really liked that one. It is out of context, but just trust me on this, okay? Wait, hold on. I gotta remember it. Never mind. Ah. Okay, I remember. Oh shit, dude, I'm running out of time. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, this is the raid message. Use whatever 2 emotes you want after the end of this. Okay, goodbye, I love you, goodbye. Oh my god. Fucking jeez.